But before I get into too many bits, let's talk Enchant Worldle once I find where the hell I put it. Where did I put it? There did I put it. Great. Yeah. Fake mental breakdown is the best bit. So, it's a rare enchantment or a creature. It's big. Could be mythic rare too. Let's go with Primeval Titan. Okay, so it's a 6 mana green creature at rare. That isn't a mythic. And it's not legendary. Rampaging Balos. Was Rampaging? I don't remember if Rampaging Balos was a mythic or not. It wasn't. Oh. Now I know it's a beast. Feral Throwback. Oh. Oh, yeah, they just had to make it a card with Amplify, didn't they? Didn't they? They had to make it a card with Amplify. As the premier Amplify knower of the format. What can I say? Looney Clown, welcome back for the 9th month. How you doing? I got sick of remembering to use my prime from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Thank you so much, Looney Clown. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. My feed was all your posts and unironic posts in the same format as my posts. Yeah, it's kind of a fucking disappointment, isn't it, Initial Bird? I should be clear. I'll explain after Spellify. It's not a blanket, like, bad thing to do. It's just there are a couple of accounts I have in mind that don't actually add anything to it and feel very hollow. We had this discussion in the Discord, well, a little bit of a discussion in the Discord about it, but anyways, Feral Throwback, classic Amplify card. And Spellify. Verified Spellify. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wow, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's so many lines of text. Somnophore? Nope. It's a creature. When blank enters the battlefield, does that create? I kind of like excuse me. I kind of like trying to one-shot this. It's a creature with a whole ass name. It's not Vizardrix because it has text. And it's not Brood, what's it called? Brood Star. Thirteen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's probably a human. Is it a wizard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably a human wizard. What's a human wizard with a Triskaidekaphile, maybe? No, that doesn't have the right mana cost. Could be Archaeomancer? Archaeomancer. Alright. Easy peasy, one shot. Fucking the best ever do it. The best ever do it. Show me. Show me someone better at these games than me. You can't. You won't. Impossible. Impossible. All right. Knew what it was, but couldn't spell it. Got it in one. Let's go. The way this card is spelled? Wait, why? I mean, I put this in so many deck lists. So many deck lists. Oh!
That's no regular monkey.
Oh
His
my
name's Wheeler.
God.
He's a trained duelist.
Summertime and the living's easy. Oh. Oh my God. You know how there's that like urban legend of if you sneeze 7 times, it's the same as having an orgasm? No. Obviously untrue. Secondly, I have sneezed 14 times in a row before. And in my head, I was like, well, that's double. Maybe that's the orgasm. No, it just feels like shit. When you sneeze that many times in a row, you like wake up, basically. You're just like, oh, Sunshine sneezer? No, not me. Wouldn't be me. I love the sun. Red the Lily, thank you for the 200 bits. Throughout the LGS and the MagicCon, he alone is the honored one. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Chelsea, welcome back for the 13th month, the Baker's year. You successfully took up about 75% of my Twitter feed yesterday and wasn't mad about it. So let me address this first and foremost. Let me talk about what happened. So on Twitter yesterday, there's a type of poster that comes it's not just spoiler season. I swear to God, I'm at the point where I don't want to be I don't want to be an asshole to like people directly. I'm okay with the occasional subtweet as long as it's not super passive aggressive. But like, there's a type of poster on Twitter. There's like a collection of people I have in mind that anytime I see their profile picture pop up, I'm just like, oh, I liked my own tweet on exactly this one. I'm pointing at the screen. Yeah, there's like a 4 horsemen of the apocalypse for this kind of shit, where if I see their profile picture, I just know it is going to be some bullshit. They must be paying for Twitter Blue or something and just have their like icon hidden or like, there's no way. Because it's just, I don't follow these people. They don't have a huge amount. Some of them have a lot of followers, but they don't even have a huge amount of followers. And then their shit just pops up in my feed constantly with hundreds to thousands of likes. And I don't get it because it's not even like, and to be clear, I'm not talking about Shivam. I'm not talking about Seth. Like these Shivam and Seth do this kind of posting for different reasons, but also for sincere reasons, it feels like, as well as contributing something. Like occasionally Shivam will make a tweet where it is just him being like, holy shit, this is going right into my blah blah deck or whatever. And at least when you read that, like, I can picture Shivam saying that in real life. Everybody who knows Shivam could probably picture him saying that in real life, because that's just, he's genuine about it. And you know that, like, he will try to do it. Yeah, it's not grifting. It's just occasionally some people are genuinely, like, excited and, pushing joy into the world. Right. It's a different flavor to Shivam's woe tweet than the people that I have in mind or whatever. It's different from the Saffron Olive, like, Seth relaying what the card does in the tweet, because to an extent, contextualizing what a card does is important to people that are not as invested in the game and makes sense if you are a creator with a large platform that is specifically making content to a more casual audience, right? Because when you look at when Seth does stuff like that as well, and the same could be said for Shivam, right? They may have takes that you read and you're like, what the hell are you talking about, my guy? And then you kind of go, oh, right. Different people have different relationships to the game and also different audiences with levels of investment and competitiveness. And it makes sense in that context. And so while you might read some of this stuff and be like, what the fuck did I just read? Why did I have to read this? At least it comes from a place that is genuine, that has an audience, that has reach to hit that audience. And you, like, at least for me, having interacted with these people in real life, with one of them being a good friend and a, you know, fucking co-host, it's like, yeah, I've seen this happen. This is just what it looks like to have a person that loves Magic the Gathering for the sake of Magic the Gathering. Initial Bird, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Glad to have you. Good to see you. And Dr. Chillbrain for the 30th month. The set is cute animal people and 2 really strong looters. Best set of the decade. I am so excited for Bloomburrow. You have no idea. I'll get to that in a second. And so I made a tweet, which I will credit Jim from the Spike Feeders on getting. I was talking to him and actually Shivam about my hatred of that type of person that posts. And how it seems to be more prevalent within the Magic community than any other like nerdy fandoms that I follow or I'm a part of on social media. And Jim used the term, I was just trying to describe like a very clean term for them, and then Jim used comment creator, and it was perfect, just chef's kiss. So I said, thinking about quitting streaming and becoming a full-time comment creator, just tweeting out images with captions like, this will be a thing, and never logging off. And then yesterday, until I genuinely felt like ill, like I felt like, I felt shitty doing it. I just tweeted out for every preview card, comma, block of text, yeah, this'll be a thing. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 cards, and I still didn't get through all the cards. And I had to change it up. I genuinely was just like, I don't know what the fuck to say, because I started out with the like, just describing what the card does. And then I kind of got lost in the sauce around here, where I was just like, I know before some of the people even tweeted about this, I saw this card and said, someone's going to tweet this fucking card and just go, oh, cute. It's like, yeah, it's cute. It's Bloomburrow. Everything's fucking cute. God. Then Morrow punished me for my insolence. And Thornplate Intimidator may have been at the Trump rally. Then I started to lose it a little bit. Then I got bored. Then I just read the text. Then I posted the Japanese. Forget it, Ben. It's Bloomburrow. Do you know how it feels when Chinatown is one of your favorite movies of all time, if not my favorite movie of all time? I mean, Roman Polanski's a fucking monster. Yeah, this otter's pretty cool, though. Then I quoted the Bible. Then I just decided to go backwards and put the 5311 in there for the real heads. Then I went back to form. Then I started getting a little in my own head. Then I thought it would be funny if I posted this and then just had the separate, like, I post the card and then I post the like thing afterwards. Then I couldn't think of what to say about this card, so I just staggered it. Then I had a genuine confession of like, I think I've beaten out the jet lag in that I am sleeping a normal amount of hours at technically a normal schedule, but that schedule still has me up a lot earlier than I would normally want to be. But like waking up at 7 a.m. or 7:30 is not exactly unhealthy or that out there, and is a thing I've done in the past, right? And so the reason why I posted this one after I had received like 3 people be like, hey, are you okay? Is everything okay? What's going on? And so I was just like, yeah, you know, I'm waking up early, and there's just like not much to do. Like I started doing this after I like had breakfast, and I could have gone for a walk, I guess. I was feeling a little shitty, but I was just like, I don't know what the fuck to do. I don't want to just like look at stuff. Don't want to watch. I think I had already watched some wrestling. And then I just was very sincere because I think this is my favorite art in the set, or one of them. It's hard for me to pick because rabbits. They're so cute. Also, very funny that I was like, I do this, and then the artist actually responds. And after that happened, I'm like, I think I gotta stop. But then I saw another otter come out, and just, it was like, you know, it's always so wild when there's a card and people like, wow, this works with this and this ability works with this. And it's like, yeah, that's how cards are kind of designed. Then I just tweeted Magic the Gathering because I needed to get back to form. Yeah, get this. Cards are designed to like work with their own abilities as well as other abilities that are similar. 8 Luch, welcome back for the 29th month. Hey Wheeler, I recently acquired a Tolarian Academy, a Plateau, a Tundra, and an Underground Sea. What flavor of Canlander deck should I start building? Jeskai Welder or Jeskai Artifact Midrange. Absolutely. How far are we gone? We haven't even started. Yeah, I had to reset. I had to refocus. Okay. I will talk about cards in a second here. I am going to be talking about all these cards. We're only doing, I think, 2 set review streams, but I have to... I kind of got blindsided, honestly, for a variety of reasons that I won't go into because I'm sure that you can... I'm sure that Graham and or James and or other people will explain it, but hey, guess what? On Sunday, July 21st, aka this Sunday, is the Bloomburrow pre-release at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're going to be playing Bloomburrow. We have some pre-recorded content made, but obviously, because of the subathon, because of the issues with PPRs in the past year, and because of Amsterdam and people being out of town in summer, it's a little, you know, don't expect the massive punt counter punter or like a commander deck tech. This has been explained a couple of times before. But yeah, this is on Sunday, July 21st. So tune into that, check it out, which of course means that your boy has seen the set. And I can't talk about the cards, obviously, but I am absolutely in love with Bloomburrow. I mean, I was in love with Bloomburrow already. Like, the concept is, this is exactly what I have been asking for forever. Check the tapes. Go back to a stream 5 years ago, and you'll hear me being like, I want them to make a set that is just animals. That's it. Yeah, the Magic Con into Assassin's Creed and a bunch of crap. It's just... and like... I think also because a lot of formats in Magic right now are kind of dog shit, that we are like, you're more focused on the previews and the release of it or whatever, right? Like, Modern is pretty trash because there's a lot of Nadu, and frankly, I still think Grief should be banned in that format. There's a lot of Grief in Legacy, which is pretty bad. Standard's about to rotate. Yeah, Canlander is still pretty good. That's the nice thing about formats like Canlander and Cube, is usually that it's just fine. I have been playing some Modern because I'm going to be in the Modern Masters tournament. I mean, I am in the Modern Masters tournament. I think that's what it's called, the MTGO Masters. So I've been playing some Modern, trying to figure out what deck I want to play. Anywho, let's start talking about Magic cards, shall we? Shall we? All right. The way that this works is we're going to be going through Wooburg. I'm going to be talking about all the cards, including commander stuff and special guest cards. And but I don't think they're out yet, which yeah, I don't think they're out yet because people haven't been screaming at me about a couple of specific cards. I haven't had Gladiator players like DMing me about it. So yeah. Oh, they're getting revealed as we speak. Oh, okay. Oh, the Baleful Strix was previewed. That's all I care about. All right, that's all I care about. Yeah, all right. This is all I care about. This one was the one where I'm like, oh, people are gonna lose their fucking mind. The Karn is so funny. There are some other secret guests or special guests that people are going to we don't know if it's coming to Arena. I mean, oh, the Imagined Critters. Oh, is it different to special guests? I don't think so. Like, can you open these in boosters? They're different. If you can open them in boosters, then they're probably coming. I hope they're coming to Arena. I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, look at this. Look at it. It's a bird. Look at it. It's a bird. All right. Well, excuse me. My allergies, they're simply terrible. All right. That aside, let's talk about these cards. Again, Wooburg, talking about them through the lens of Gladiator, Canadian Highlander, Cube, and vibes. Vibes are very important here. Going through Wooburg, we have we have some rules. The rules are, everybody knows the rules, I hope. Scruff McGruffin, welcome back for the 63rd month. How's this set for Mardu? There's some cool cards previewed. I don't actually know if they're going to be good enough. Mardu already got a whole bunch of new tools and is like pretty fucking good, right? Like, I think we have hit the spot where every color combination is pretty good, which is nice. That's kind of exciting. Like, I'm trying to think of like the worst color combination for Highlander is like Rug. Somehow Rug is the worst color combination, which is wild. And Rug is only the worst because it's just too close to Jeskai, which is very funny. Or you just build Jeskai that splashes the best green cards. Anyways, yeah, let's start talking about these. Also, thank you for all the support, Scruff. That's a very long time. Jesus Christ. Okay. Banishing Light is a common. That's kind of cool. But what if we talked about new cards? Beza. This sounds like an Australian name. Beza the Bounding Spring. 2 white for a 4/5 legendary elemental elk. When Beza enters, create a treasure token if your opponent controls more lands than you. You gain 4 life if an opponent has more life than you. You create 2 1/1 blue fish creature tokens if an opponent controls more creatures than you. And you draw a card if an opponent has more cards in hand than you. This is a lot, and I think that might just be enough. It is a 4-mana creature without any combat relevant words on it, but it does have 5 toughness, which is pretty huge, right? Obviously, we've seen how difficult it is to actually get around Shieldred. So this cost and this butt are pretty nice. The the abilities themselves, some of them are a little unlikely to happen on curve, but that's okay because Magic the Gathering is a pretty interesting and dynamic game where players take game actions and cast spells and do things off curve all the time. I think that it's a 4-mana 4/5 that has a text box that is just full. It has a paragraph of text, and each of these abilities are good. And because of that, I imagine that Beza will be played in Gladiator. I don't think this card is going to be played in Canlander necessarily, because the 4-drop slot in white, even if you're a white X deck, is so jam-packed. But in Gladiator, certainly, this is just, there's too much going on for this card to do nothing, you know? Actually, you know what? It's Bloomburrow. It's Bloomburrow preview season. And because of that, I think we need to add another rat. I think we need to add a 3rd rat. There we go. Now we have the banana rat. Yeah, rat 3. So Bez is pretty good. Shane Lee Attack for the 38th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. May I say good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. Long ass time. I kind of like this for Cube. I like this as a recovery tool for Cube and white. The 4-drops in white are kind of interesting. It really obviously, if your cube has the initiative in it, then this card's not great. But if we're just talking about like a curve topper for mono white, this one is more exciting to me than, God, I don't know. Occasionally they put in some real crap. I like it better than stuff like Mural. I think that's their name. Morel. The soldiers one that says you can't attack. I think that card's a 3/4, yeah. Big elk. Big elemental elk. Not that card, although it's very cute. Bright Blade Stoat. 1 and a white for a 2/2 Weasel Soldier with first strike and lifelink. This one is a lot better than it looks, even though it is just stats and combat abilities, right? It's just a French vanilla card. I don't even think this is just a limited card. I could foresee this card showing up in Gladiator and even in Canlander if you're a brave soldier deck builder. I don't know. I think soldiers is kind of an unexplored archetype in Canadian Highlander. There's some pretty messed up soldiers, and there's just like such a wide card pool. Like if you look at soldiers, I'm just gonna Google soldiers that have white in their color identity. 660 cards, right? That's a lot. That is a lot. The fact that you can use colorless for this is also pretty relevant because, you have a lot of utility lands in mono white decks, white aggressive decks, or white X aggressive decks. And you have, in decks like this, you kind of don't want to mulligan like 2 land plus cards that do things. And sometimes that might involve having a Field of Ruin as your second land, or a Demolition Field or whatever. So yeah, I like this card. It's First Strike is broken. It's just so broken. And Lifelink is nice. I also am interested in trying out this card in the Johnny's Pridemate deck. Not necessarily ruin your evening, but the like green white or Abzan or white black, like make my Pridemate bigger, do things because I gain life deck. Because I think when people have built that deck in the past, it's too engine based and just looks like it's like a bad version of like Ruin Your Evening or the food deck or like Abzan creature combo bullshit. But with this, if you take a more aggressive approach, then like you have an actual identity of, I get to make some really aggressive attacks because I'm going to have all this life gain so I can race pretty well, you know? Not to mention, like, if you're aggressive and with a bunch of life gain, you have game against Tendrils of Agony Storm decks too, which is pretty nice. Devoid Malady, welcome back for the 61st month. 61 is like more than 60, I think. No, you got it. You got it in 1. Hell yeah. Yeah, it is bigger. That's incredible. Thank you so much for the support. Hold on. I'm just going to like block this person because there's a person that constantly, please untag me if you're going to do this shit. I have a list of people who's like of MTG Twitter reply people where if I see their icon, I know that I'm about to just get like stay tagged in a fucking argument over semantics or some crap that I just do not care about. Carrot Cake.
Eggs! EGGS eggs.
Oh my god. Yalk back for the 64th month. Nintendo 64 months of Cowboy Magic. Thank you, Yalk, for the support. I hope you're doing well. That is a long ass time. Maybe it's time we do our Diddy Kong racing stream in honor of the 64th month of me streaming. I don't know if I'm going to do that. We can maybe do that. That's a long ass time. Thank you for all the support. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a gay old summer. Carrot Cake, 1 and a white for an artifact that's a food. When Carrot Cake enters and when you sacrifice it, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token and scry 1. Then you can pay 2, tap, sacrifice Carrot Cake, and gain 3 life. Seems like a bit of an odd one to highlight, but this is a card that does a lot, right? Like this does a lot. It's a single card that can make 2 rabbits, gain you 3 life, and scry 1, scry 1, which I think is kind of nice. I don't think this has the power level for Highlander, but I think if you're looking at building you could maybe play this in like an artifact deck that just wants a little like survivability, or in like an aristocrats deck. Because I mean, this just does so much more than you would expect on one card. Mind you, the power level, the overall power level has just like gone way too high. Yeah, you could play this in like a banned game objects deck. Absolutely. I would play this in banned game objects. I forgot about that deck. That deck was so cool. Hold on. I'm going to link it in chat because that deck like ruled. Yeah, that deck like killed people. We went like 11-1 with that deck, or like 11-2, some wild record. Like it was pretty hot. I would consider playing this in that deck. Yeah, I was supposed to put on music. Whoops. A whoops. Why does that feel like that's going to be too loud? That's probably fine. Yeah, you get a bunch of triggers off of this card, which is kind of nice. Dawn's Truce. 1 and a white for an instant with gift a card. Gift a blank is a new ability. It's something that appears on a series of cards in Bloomburrow. For instance, this is gift a card, but you may see gift a tapped fish, or gift a treasure, or gift a food. Basically, it says you may promise an opponent a gift as you cast this spell. If you do, they draw a card before its other effects. So, for instance, as I'm casting this spell, I say to my opponent, I am going to gift you a card with this. And that means if this resolves, the gift goes into effect first, and then there's the line of text. So it would be like, your opponent draws a card. Then you and your permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn, etc., etc.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
I should probably read what this card does, though, because it says you and permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. And then if the gift was promised, permanents you control also gain indestructible until end of turn. So again, the gift is only given on resolution, which for a mechanic that is so incredibly commander, it is kind of nice that it isn't just additional cost. Like, they have to let you commit before this does anything. That one Ben guy, welcome back for the 13th month. May I gift you a tapped fish in these trying times? Yes, please do. Please do. I could go for some fish. I could go for some gifted fish. Gifting a fish is kind of interesting. There are certain cards, like, as a whole, the gift cards, I think, are pretty cool for Commander and pretty bad in 1v1. Boy, do I hate giving my opponent a card. Even if this ability is pretty powerful. Gifted cards also lose a lot of punch in 100 card singleton because we just have access to cards of this type or ability from previous sets from earlier. And typically for cards like this too, right? Like, you don't really need, if you want to play this kind of effect, you don't really need any beyond the first, right? Like, once you start adding like heroic intervention after heroic intervention in like 1v1 magic, then they start to lose some punch, especially because we don't have a sideboard, right? So I'm pretty low on this card as a whole. I think that there are just better cards to play. If I'm like a white X, like thinking about some of the white X creature decks that would want to play this kind of card. If we're talking about like Death and Taxes or White Weenie, they don't really care about this kind of thing because they already have access to plenty of protective cards or ways of just recurring their creatures, right? So like Dauntless Bodyguard, Giver of Ruins, Extraction Specialist, that kind of thing. If you branch into tokens that might want to protect a bigger board, the strength of tokens is that one card typically generates multiple bodies, which already makes it pretty tough for, that's the whole conceit of the deck, is that my single card generates multiple bodies. And so it's really tough for you to go 1-for-1. And often it turns your opponent's sweeper spells into just effectively 1-for-1s. So they lose value on that. And then if we're talking about something like Boros, you just have upfront damage and haste threats, so that if you have like a sorcery speed like Board Wipe or whatever, then you're going to feel the wrath, pun not intended, of like a big haste creature hitting the table, like a Hell Rider or like an Eowyn. Eomer? What? You know what I'm talking about. So yeah, not super high on this card as a whole, and not super high on gifting outside of Commander, but there are a couple of gift cards that I am okay with, and when they pop up, I will talk about them. That one Ben guy, thank you for the 13th month. May I gift you a tapped fish in these trying times? Thank you so much. Tapped fish, that's a different story. It also depends on what you're gifting them. That is going to be very relevant. Thank you for the support. Happy Baker's Year. Ninja Puffed for the 31st month. Fish. Thank you. Fish, ha ha ha. Ahoy, ahoy, I'm captain of the ship. That's a Mr. Scruff reference, if anybody even cares. If anybody even gives a darn. And that Ben kid for the 41st month. Gift a sub. You can promise the sub something. Hey. Tell you what, we'll grab ice cream and then you just gotta let me put it in. Whole. I mean, it's what you wanted, right? Here is a good example of a card where gift a card is not that bad, because the decks that are playing this are typically going to win the game upon resolution, or at least put your opponent in a spot where the extra card does not matter. Do drop Cure. So 2 and a white for a sorcery with gift a card. Return up to 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to play. And if the gift was promised, instead return up to 3 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to play. So this card I like a bit more than the other gift cards, especially the ones that gift a card, because in a creature combo deck, being able to just pay 3 mana, return 4 mana worth of cards from your graveyard to play can often just lead to a combo kill, right? Like getting back Amalia Wildgrowth Walker. Not a huge thing for our formats, but you know, it could show up. Excuse me. Yeah, 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less. So I can target Wildgrowth Walker and Amalia, and they are both 2 mana creatures. And so that's 4 mana total. So I get them back into play. So I'm up mana, and I'm getting to use 1 card to return 2 cards, right? Then gifting a card makes this a little bit more interesting, because there are certain combos where you might need a 3rd piece, or you might just want protection, right? I'll gift you a card if this lets me return Samwise, Viscera and Sylvan Safekeeper, or if it lets me get back Grand Abolisher, or if it lets me get back, you know, a Soul Warden with Wildgrowth Walker and Amalia, that kind of thing. So gifting this card does something that is already plus mana without the gift. And then when you gift the card, it often doesn't matter because you're killing them, because the additional creature you're getting either completes the combo or brings out a piece of protection. And that's pretty neat. Seismic Lawns, welcome back for the 15th month. Whoa, time moves ever forward. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? Time, that's so wild. I saw a pretty cynical meme that I really vibed with, where it was just like, it was a picture of a person standing in a very nice home at like a standing desk on their laptop that had the quote of like, I wish I could stop living through historic events, or whatever the fucking clipped meme was. It was just like, yeah, it's really tough, huh? Really tough. Anyways, thank you for the support. Oh, don't you hate how time moves forward? Don't you hate how things change and you have to experience things? Mill your whole deck, Dread Return, Eternal Witness, get back 2-drop Cure for the win. Yeah, you could do that. Lord of the Rings, Return of the Kings. Drift Gloom Coyote. 3 white for a 3/4 elemental coyote. When Drift Bloom Coyote enters target creature and opponent controls Oh, you exile target creature and opponent controls until Drift Gloom Coyote leaves the battlefield. Why doesn't it just say leaves? If that creature had power 2 or less, put a 1/1 counter on Drift Gloom Coyote. It doesn't really do anything now that we have Solitude. I just hope that these poor little critters get away. You know? Cool artwork. Cool elemental. I will say, cards can leave multiple zones. That's true. Yeah, I hate enters. I hate it so much. And it's going to take a while for me to, like, notice how I stumbled on Exile? It's because my brain is programmed when I read cards to go, like, when Mana War enters play, like ETBs or enters the battlefield, then read the effect. And my brain was like, when it enters, and I had to manually go, like, don't need to say enters the battlefield. I just like skipped the Exile here. Yeah, enters means ETBs. This card's kind of cool. Feather of Flight. 1 and a white for an enchantment aura with flash. Enchant creature. When Feather of Flight enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has flying. Yeah, strict upgrade to Angelic Gift. From like M, like 15 or something. I don't know when Angelic Gift first came out. Battle for Zendikar. Sure, why not? This card's pretty good. I mean, it's not a throw it in every deck, but there are decks that give a hoot about enchantments. And typically, if you're playing an Enchantress deck or like a Bogle's deck or a Hexproof deck, whatever, like the most important thing is pushing your damage. You can make your like Core Spirit Dancer or your Slippery Bogle into a like 40/40. It doesn't matter as long as it has, if it doesn't have trample, right? Like if it doesn't have trample or flying or unblockable, then it doesn't matter. If you can't get that damage through, who cares? They'll find a way to get around it or just like continuously chump block. The fact that this can also be like surprise, hey, my thing is now blocking, or, you know, attack, you blocked like this. Okay, now like attacking and like not looking to push damage, but looking to bait your opponent into blocking so that you can play this as like a pump spell to kill off their thing is kind of nice. There's just like more play to this card than Angelic Gift on multiple levels, and it still just replaces itself. So the kind of decks that want to play cheap auras, cheap spells, cheap enchantments or whatever, this card's great. Genuinely a huge get. I also like the flavor text. As he grasped the glowing feather, the lizard's heart soared, and the rest of him quickly followed. Flowerfoot Swordmaster. 1 white for a 1/2 mouse soldier with 2 new abilities. And by new, I mean one of them's new, and by new, I mean the other one is just, look at how they massacred my boy. Offspring is one of the new abilities. So you may pay an additional 2 generic mana. It's usually Offspring N. You may pay an additional, whatever the cost is, as you cast this spell. If you do, when this enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 token copy of it. That's pretty cool and good. Offspring is really neat because obviously it just provides multiple bodies. Every card has the opportunity to be multiple bodies. Every card now just gets a lot better if you draw it late game. And a lot of the Offspring cards, at least the ones that we're going to be talking about, have pretty serviceable stat lines or abilities, even outside of like the Offspring cost. So this is a 1 mana 1/2 with Offspring 2, and then it has Valiant Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, mice you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. So Valiant is kind of like a heroic that that triggers off of abilities targeting, but also is capped at once per turn. Yet again, paying for the 2024 is a year of us paying for the sins of Nomad's Encore. Didn't mean to make that rhyme, but here we are. Like, it is, we are just living for Shuko and Lightning Greaves and the Encore creatures. Really just making a difference, you know? Yeah, it's, this one in particular is a bit tough for me to get behind because it's a 1-mana 1/2, not super exciting. 3 mana for a 1/2 and a 1/1 is a little more exciting, especially because you can, like, you know, target both of them and really start pumping your team. But this card I feel like is a bit too weak when it comes to 100 card singleton. And oh, cool. I didn't even notice that they have they pluralize it. I mean, it makes sense instead of saying mouse you control, but I'm trying to think if they've done this before. Surely they've done this before. I mean, obviously, oh, fungi. Did they? Yeah, I gotta imagine this is the first time. They do it with elves. Yeah, that's true. I mean, adding oxen, right? With the new Bruce Tarl. Yeah. One thing about Bloomburrow as a whole is that this is going to sound very funny, but more so for this set than some of the previous sets that we've seen that have standard release, is that this is one of the standard sets of all time. Truly a set designed for 60 card sideboard 1v1 F&M / RCQ play. More so than some of the other formats that we've seen. There are a lot of cards that are very, like, contained within the Bloomburrow environment, or playing off of cards that we have seen, you know, seeded cards in previous sets, right? Like Eldraine and whatnot. Yes, as all sets should be, Sibwow, absolutely. And I'm okay with that. That does lead to certain spots where you look at this card and you're like, God, I wish this was relevant. And then you might see other players hooting and hollering. There's another, like, a good example are the Lords, right? Because this is a set with an emphasis on creature types, and those it more being the race over role, you know? It's more about what kind of animal it is and less about what that animal's job is. I love this card. Harvestrite? I have not used that word in real life. Harvestrite Host. Harvestrite Host. 2 and a white for a 3/3 rabbit citizen. When it or another rabbit you control enters. Oh, it's Harvestrite. Yeah, that makes sense. Harvestrite. Harvestrite Host. Whenever Harvestrite Host or another rabbit you control enters, target creature you control. Wait, is Harvestrite not even a word? They made a word up? This is so fucked up. Notes on Iraq ritual prayer. Okay. This is so fucked up. How could they make up a word? Oh, is it the name of the festival? Okay, that makes sense. Then draw a card if this is the second time this ability is resolved. So this is, I guess what I mean is that how many rabbits realistically are you going to play? Right? How many rabbits are you going to play? Not many, unless you are a deck with a dedicated rabbit theme. Or if you are like a rabbit commander deck. I'm absolutely building a rabbit commander deck, by the way. Just an unsleeved rabbit commander deck. It's going to be great. This card is kind of messed up, though. Just like, it's pretty good if you double spell with this card. It doesn't say non-token, right? We have cards that make multiple tokens as well. There's literally a rabbit card. The Carrot Cake can make multiple tokens, can do so on turn 4 on curve after this card as well. And then also the new like Hordling Outburst for rabbits is pretty good. Yeah, and quite good with Offspring as well. This card, I foresee myself drafting this. I mean, I don't know how the limited environment's going to actually turn out, but I foresee myself drafting this card. And this is some of my... I need to make like a rabbit artwork tier list. I mean, I don't want to rank... I don't want to pit art against each other, because the actual tier list is just going to be all of them are going to be in the S tier. But I adore this artwork. I do have some favorites. This is one of them, because I feel like if and actually not to spoil anything, you may want to tune in to the Bloomburrow no, wrong one. You may want to tune in to the Bloomburrow PPR to see more of this. But I have a feeling that if I were a character in Bloomburrow, this would be me. This is me. A rabbit with a hat and a bat and a 6'4" Impala? Cute rabbit, excuse me. Prancer Inflatable Reindeer for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Thank you so much for all the support. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. You know, speaking of reindeer, can I share one of my favorite reindeer facts? Hey, Kiefer, do you want to hear a reindeer fact that'll just really blow your mind? Okay. So let's talk about Santa's reindeer, right? We got Dasher and Dancer, Prancer and Vixen, Comet, Cupid, and then we have Donner and Blitzen. And think about the names Donner and Blitzen. Where have you heard the word blitz before? Do we know what blitz means? No, not 9/11. Blitz, yes, it's German for lightning, right? Like a blitzkrieg is a lightning war. Donner means thunder in German. So Donner and Blitzen are effectively thunder and lightning. That's very cool to me. That's it. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And they say that collecting German cards has done nothing for me. And they say that it's done nothing for me. The Jewish reindeer Schwitzen? He's never with Santa. He's always off having a schwitz. I could go for a schwitz right now, actually. All right. Ooh. Hop to it. 2 and a white for a sorcery. You create 3 reindeer. Nope. You do it in white sorcery. You create 3 rabbit tokens. That's it. I'm stuck in the reindeer vortex. Oh no. Finding a hidden patch of glow berries is almost as joyful as eating them. Almost. This fucking rules. This is all I want. This is all I want. It's a card about 3 rabbits finding some glow berries and being excited about it. Do you know how lovely that sounds? It's so adorable. This card is kind of interesting. Worldle Outburst, for those that don't know, is 1 red sorcery, make 3 goblins. So it's similar to Worldle Outburst, or like Spectral Procession, I guess. But this is not a super relevant creature type in Gladiator or Highlander. Whereas like Worldle Outburst making 3 goblins feels like you're about to die, right? You're about to get bushwhacked, or those goblins are getting buffed by Goblin King, or like a Goblin Rabble Master is going to get bigger because of it, you know, whatever. But this is very easy to cast. So if we are like a 3-color tokens deck, or a like a 3-color aristocrats deck, and you want to just play another card that makes a bunch of bodies, or even if you're like mono white tokens, like this card is a totally reasonable thing to play. That's it. It's just very, very reasonable at what it's looking to do. It makes rabbits. That's it. 1 card making 3 bodies, easy to cast. Great. Jackdaw Savior. We got a good bird here. We got a good bird. You ever hear a jackdaw? Let me play for you a jackdaw's call. This set has everything. It's got birds, it's got rabbits. All right, everybody get ready. That's a good bird. That's a good bird. Jackdaw. Wait. Is this pasta? What is this an edit of? Which pasta is this an edit of? Here's the thing. You said a jackdaw is a crow. Is it in the same family? Yes. No one's arguing that. As someone who is a scientist who studies crows, I'm telling you specifically in science, no one calls jackdaws crows. If you want to be specific, like you said, then you shouldn't either. They're not the same thing. If you're saying crow family, you're referring to the taxonomic grouping of Corvidae, which includes things from nutcrackers to blue jays to ravens. It's a very old Reddit pasta. Okay, cool. Yeah, jackdaws are not crows. They are in the same family, but they're not crows. Man, birders fucking rule. I'm so glad that I got into birds at an early age. AKA 20, like 30. I got into birds at the ripe old, at the young age of 30. I'm so ahead of the game. Oh, it's a Unidan. Oh, it's I haven't thought about Unidan. That's okay. That's a name that triggered a. Have I played Wingspan? All right, I'm not going to take all my expansions out. They're all piled on top of each other. But you got to believe me when I tell you that I got all the Wingspan in there. I got all the Wingspan. Why was he ready? Waiting for that Wingspan tattoo? Let's talk about this. I'm not wearing the... Not wearing the matching. All right, 1 second. I got called out on the pants. I got called out on the pants. There. You happy? Oh, they're so comfy. Much better. Jackdaw Savior. Do a Slav squat? Okay. You want to see a proper squat? What up? Squatting. Oh no, the feet! I gave away feet for free? Okay, alright. You know what? Because for Bloomburrow, you can get free feet. Or somebody needs to give me $5 to make up for the feet. That's cheap, but I'll give you a group deal. Gave away free feet on stream. My life is fucking over. Alright. No, I haven't played Wormspan yet. I think we're planning on playing Wormspan on AFK soon. 2,000 subs for feet? No, I'm a man of the people. Did someone clip the feet? Angel, come on, man. Come on. What do you mean, did someone clip the feet? New painting incoming. She's not gonna. Please don't paint my feet. Please don't paint my feet. Can I talk about this card? I would love to be able to talk about this card. It's called Jackdaw Savior. 2 and a white for a 3/1 bird cleric with flying. And whenever Jackdaw Savior or another creature you control with flying dies, you return another target creature with lesser mana value from your graveyard to play. So this card genuinely has some interesting application with Ornithopter being a 0-drop creature. And with something like Phyrexian Altar or like the fact that we have a 0-drop creature with flying. Oh, you don't even need to target a creature with flying. Wait, hold up. Never mind. That doesn't even matter. Well, it kind of matters.
Well, Ben Wheeler,
I guess if we're building it around flying.
how dare you?
No. Oh, I've seen Tree Karn. Nico, I've seen this entire set. I have all the goodies stored in my brain. Duality Gaming back for the 4th month for the feet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Yeah, it says, well, it says lesser specifically so that it doesn't work with zeros. Oh my god, Amy. Amy, let me tell you about this series of events. So somebody asked if I had Wingspan, and I got up to go and grab my Wingspan games. And then I got called out because I have the tracksuit top on, but was just wearing like shorts. And so then I had to go change into the full tracksuit. And then I got back and people asked, can I slab squat? And not to brag, I'm pretty good at slab squatting. So I tilt my camera down and I slab squat. And then people lose their mind because of the feet. They lose their mind because I'm showing feet. And now Angel is going to paint my feet.
Abusing magic.
And the feet clips are going to get shared. There's going to be like a link for like Wheeler OnlyFans leaks of my feet. It's going to be terrible. These are the money makers. I'm going to be on Wiki Feet. Are my heels flat on the floor during a set? Of course. Heels are flat. Ass is down. It's Wiki Feet Men. Oh, am I on Wiki Feet Men? Hold on. I might actually be on. That would be cool, honestly. I mean, I'm not, but I don't know who these people are. Unfortunate.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
Actually, getting on WikiFeed Man would be that would be great. That would be huge for me. McMahon, welcome back for the second month. I'm glad my associate was able to get the message to you. Unfortunately, I couldn't deliver myself because I was seeing the beautiful country of Ireland. I'm glad of it. I mean, yes, thank you for the wonderful message. I hope you enjoyed Ireland the way that I enjoyed Ireland. It was great. Ireland was beautiful. Thank you so much for the support. Mucho Mango Best Drink back for the 9th month. We're back, baby. We're so back. We're so back. We've lost 50 viewers talking about feet, by the way. We're back, baby. And Dr. Petrichor, welcome back for the 37th month. Wow, 37 months is the longest commitment I've ever made to someone willingly. Honka. Thank you, Dr. Petrichor. Very kind of you. I'm committed, babe. I'm committed. As the premier divorce pilot of the format, though, I am committed. Yes. Jackdaw Savior. A babushka stream? I do have some Gatorade. I don't have the Diet Coke. All right. Let me talk about this thing. I think this card's pretty good. The floor of it being a 3-mana, 3-power flyer that when it dies, you just get to bring back a 2-drop is pretty strong. Obviously, quite good in a deck with multiple flyers. So something like Blue-White Skies. But even in just like a mono-white deck that is going to have some amount of flying creatures is pretty hot. Like creature flying in white. I don't know. Legal and Timeless. Well, I guess I could just do Legal and Gladiator. Mana value. Like in White Weenie, I mean, even something like Guide of Souls providing it. The backside of Lunarch Veteran, Nurturing. I mean, the 1-drops aren't where you want to look. You want to look at the 2s. Dust Animus, Doorkeeper Thrall, Giada sees some play, Core Skyfisher, Selfless Spirit, and Remorseful Cleric are pretty hot, being flying creatures that can put themselves in the graveyard to get back protection pieces. Tomic, White Orchid Phantom, Archon of Emeria, Mind Sensor, Aven Interrupter, Bygone Bishop, Elite Spellbinder. Like, there's just a lot of powerful creatures with flying that see play in the white aggressive decks or the white mid-range decks that make this card a bit of a lightning rod. And then even when it dies, you get to do a thing. This card's very good. This card is quite good. I might even consider this in a version of Death and Taxes, honestly. Because there's like a lot of... You could build D&T with an emphasis on flyers. The 1 toughness gets a little bit... Obviously, Orcish Bowmasters is a pisser. But the 1 toughness is less of an issue when you are just soaring over the sky. Yes, Junk Diver does have flying. It does. Yeah, I think this card is pretty strong. Muffin Man, welcome back for the 10th month. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you, and may I say good to see you. Thank you so much. Life Creed Duo. What the... They do not look like they're friends. Why are you eating upside down? Asked the bird. Why are you eating upside up? Replied the bat. Very cute. I guess they are friends. You know, they're cute. They're cute together. 2-mana 1/2 flyer. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. So this is a Soul Warden. It's a one-sided Soul Warden that has flying. I don't believe this is worth it in Ruin Your Evening for Canadian Highlander. There are versions of Ruin Your Evening where people are just not on Soul Wardens anymore, or they're on very few. They're on like Guide of Souls and Auriok Champion and stuff. I still like the Soul Wardens, but I have trimmed the Soul Wardens down to the 1-drops and Auriok Champion. And occasionally Distinguished Conjurer, because that card just has an absurd late game potential. But if you're looking to play this kind of build in Gladiator and you really want to have a bunch of Soul Wardens, a flying one is pretty nice. Like the fact that this can hold your Shadow Spear or, you know, other pieces of equipment pretty well make it a bit better than something like Impassioned Orator or whatever. So yeah, kind of neat.
Well, Ben Wheeler,
Bistod,
Using magic.
welcome back for the half of a year. Holy smokes. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. May I say good to see you. Oh yeah, this card, I don't think this card is playable, but this card will kill people. Mabel's Metal, 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until EOT, and then up to 1 other target creature gets +1/+1 until EOT. This kind of, the fact that this card exists just makes blocking so fucking miserable. It's just so hard to profitably block in multiple positions with this card. The thing is that for Constructed, we have cards like Fight as 1, which is pretty good and very similar to this. But yeah, in Limited, this card is going to kill people. I mean, I guess I can talk about this card. Nettleguard, 1 and a white for a 3/1 Mouse Soldier. Whenever Nettleguard becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. You can pay 1 to sacrifice Nettleguard to destroy target artifact or enchantment. This is not a great card for decks that don't care about the soldier creature type. Obviously, we have Cathar Commando. Cathar Commando has Flash. Cathar Commando is a human and a soldier. I mean, Cathar Commando is busted. That card is like vintage playable. But if we're talking about building soldiers, which is something I've had my eye on soldiers in Canlander for quite some time. This is a nice card to get if you just want redundancy for 2-drops that can also just like, you know, blow up Paradox Engine or whatever. You lose the like haha potential of Cathar Commando, but like the Valiant trigger can be pretty relevant considering you have cards like Luminarch Aspirant, Siege Veteran, Equipment. Like there are spots where triggering Valiant is going to be relevant and allow you to push for more damage. So Cathar Commando is just a better overall version of this kind of effect, but there could be a home for this card that takes advantage of the soldier creature type, and in that archetype you will still be able to take advantage of the Valiant, which is kind of neat. This card is kind of interesting. I think I like it quite a bit, but I need to think about it a little bit more. I do like this card's artwork as well. This is up there with some of my favorite art in the set because there's a rabbit just going whew. I think it's very cute. Parting Gust, white for an instant, you gift a tapped fish. So this is we saw gift a card before. This one, you promise your opponent a gift, and that gift is a tapped 1/1 blue fish creature token. Exile target non-token creature. If the gift wasn't promised, you return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control, with a 1/1 counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. So, This card has some interesting applications outside of Gladiator as well, for like Canlander or even Cube or Vintage, because you are giving an opponent a creature, which means that with Oath of Druids, you can give the, I mean, you're exiling a creature anyways, which your Oath of Druids is fine. But like, there could be spots where you just want to exile your own creature permanently and give your opponent a fish so that now you are down on cards and your opponent is up on cards, which is kind of neat. So that part's kind of cool. It's not huge on this card in particular. There's a blue one that it's going to be a little more relevant in, but it is the thing that will pop up. Being able to just flicker your own creature, protect it, get an extra ETB. Also having it dodge wrath effects is pretty nice. Being able to also just brick your opponent's blocker if you need to and like kill them is pretty nice. Not hitting tokens is a bit of a bummer. Don't like to see that. And then permanently just like a 2 mana, get rid of your best creature. You get a tapped 1/1 is totally fine by me. That is pretty cool and good. I think I like this card, and I think I like this card to the point where I'd be interested to play this card in Canadian Highlander. But I've been burned by these kind of cards before, and the other 2 mana white get rid of your thing cards, get rid of your permanents that also happen to gift you something are a bit more flexible, right? Like they're flexible in what they remove, which is arguably a bit more important than the flexibility of blinking your own thing. But, you know, being able to blink your initiative creature and then also having the ability to just exile their creature, their big idiot permanently is pretty nice. Rabbit response. Yeah, I guess I could talk about this. Repel Calamity. 1 and a white for an instant. Destroy target creature with power or toughness 4 or greater. This card is honestly a long time coming. It's a combination of Valorous Stance, which I believe only destroys... I mean, Valorous Stance is a modal spell. But Valorous Stance destroys something with toughness 4 or greater, and Reprisal all the way back from Alliances that destroys something with power 4 or greater. This might be a little too narrow. White already just has so much removal that trades up. This does theoretically trade up. If you're looking to play an additional piece of white removal to get around like instant speed white removal that gets around Shieldred or Questing Beast or any of the big idiots your opponent might have, then this is a reasonable card to play. I believe I like it better than some of the ones that I previously mentioned. And I like it better than the ones that require your opponent to be attacking. I don't know if I like it better than the one I just mentioned, the Gift of Fish one, but it does have some play to it, which is kind of nice. Like, it's not a nothing card. Oh yeah, we're getting to the part of the set review where I now need to grab a lozenge. Who doesn't love lozenges? Salvation Swan. 3 and a white for a 3/3 bird cleric with flash and flying. Whenever Salvation Swan or another bird you control enters, exile up to 1 target creature you control without flying. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. So this is similar to Restoration Angel in that it is a 4 mana creature that ETBs and can protect another creature. The stat line for this is worse than Resto Angel. The timing on the flicker is different, but can be a little bit worse. And then not hitting a flyer itself. Like, this can theoretically upgrade a creature. It just depends on where it shows up. because like occasionally Restoration Angel can be played in like a blue-white mid-range or a Jeskai mid-range deck, something that has like Vendilion Cliques, Brazen Borrowers, things that you want to protect, Mantis Riders even, and like potentially rebuy their ETB. Whereas this one, I don't know. I think like they are going to end up being in different spots. This card to me is more of a blink card than Restoration Angel is. Resto Angel is obviously a blink card, but it's one where, I mean, I guess this is technically a flicker too, but Resto Angel, I think, is a card where you play it and you're like, hell yeah, 4 toughness. And this card, you're like, hell yeah, I blinked something and now my Thragtusk has flying or whatever. A little curious about the cards with flying or the birds. The fact that this triggers off of other birds is kind of interesting. Just going to look at the birds that are playable and legal in Gladiator. Gilded Goose, that you would also play in the same deck as this. Gilded Goose, maybe a Judge's Familiar. I mean, Ledger Shredder's a pretty good Magic card, so I'm not gonna fault anybody for playing those 2 cards together. Goose Mother, Aven Interrupter, Aven Mind Sensor, Nadu, Nimble Larcenist is pretty hot for this card. Okay, we got a couple of birds, obviously changelings. Yeah, we got some birds that you could pair this with. How many birds don't have flying? Whippoorwill. I don't know, let's find out. There are 10. Although one of them doesn't really count. Whippoorwill, Resilient Road. I mean, I could just show you. We got Whippoorwill. We got Resilient Roadrunner. We got Rodiac Zooster. Zodiac Rooster. Hunting Moa. Dude, Hunting Moa rules. Owlbear Cup. Bronzebeak Moa. Darba. I've played Darba before. Would it shock you to find out that I have played Darba in Canadian Highlander? I built a mono green, honestly, like a progenitor to medium green back in the day, with Darba and Wild Leotau. Come on. Where's the... Oh, come on. Wild Leo. How are you not going to... I literally... Wild Leo. There we go. This bad boy. I mean, this is just... some would say a strictly better version. Oh, I played Blastoderm. Yeah, I played Blastoderm. Played Tickles. Captain Tickles in there. Played Groundbreaker. Timbermare. That deck ruled. It was pretty bad, I should say. Played Blanchwood Armor. Anytime you get to play Blanchwood Armor, you know it's a banger. Yeah, this bird's okay. I don't know how many Resto Angels I'm going to want. This has some downside to it, but I'm interested. Like this is not an embarrassing card to play. Season of the Burrow. 3 white for a sorcery. You can choose up to 5 paws worth of modes. Does this have a name? Also, the music stopped. Do these have names? Let's go to the Bloomburrow wiki. Mechanics. Show me mechanics. Show me mechanics. They don't have mechanics yet. Oh, they do. Mechanics. Paw print? They're just called paw prints. Okay. Choose up to 5 paw prints worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. For 1 paw print, you can make a 1/1 rabbit creature token. For 2 paw prints, you can exile target non-land permanent and its controller draws a card. And for 3 paw prints, you can return target permanent with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to play with an indestructible counter on it. So this is one of the cases of cards where hopefully players are going to recognize that flexibility does not outweigh rate every single time. Like, if this card is 5 mana, make 5 things, okay. It's weird that it's a card that only makes things without really having a payoff for having those things already. You know, like you can be like, I have a bunch of tokens already, so I'm going to pump it all into exiling their board and trying to kill them. Yeah, 5 mana, make 5 1/1s is like, it's not that good. It's a lot. It's overkill is what it is, right? Like I forget what the rabbit one was. Hop to it. Hop to it at least is just like 3 mana, make 3 things, cheap enough, play it off your mana dork, great. But this is just too much in my opinion. I think I'm on that for basically the entire cycle, is that it just doesn't win the game when you play it without having a bunch of additional pieces. And the floor of it is just kind of, it's good. Like 5 mana, make 5 1/1s is not great, but there are spots where that's just going to win the game, right? But you should kind of expect that from a lot of your 5 mana cards. Is that, yeah, I'm paying 5 mana. This should ideally be able to win me the game in specific spots, right? And I don't think this really does it without a whole dedicated board. It's just, yeah. Match players overvalue flexibility. Yes. Somebody once said that. I can't remember who. I really have to pee, so you have to look at this incredibly pretty piece of artwork. And then I'll be back. Hello. First time on stream, what's with the rotating rats? I lost a bet. I think we're coming up on the 1 year anniversary too, right? I think. I'm pretty sure we're coming up on 1 year. Here, let me double check. This must have been before we were making VODs. So if this was before we were uploading VODs, then we've definitely hit the 1 year mark. When did Rathu multiply? Somebody wanted a rat with a cowboy hat. We got the banana rat. We also, well, because we have the rat emote as well. We have 3 spinning rat emotes. Anyways, seasoned Warren Guard. 1 white for a 1/2 rabbit warrior. Whenever seasoned Warren Guard attacks, while you control a token, seasoned Warren Guard gets +2/+0 until end of turn. This card's kind of interesting to me because it's just stats. It's only stats here, right? And while this card can attack for 3, very, like, it can attack for 3 on turn 2. That's a lot. But, like, it's hard for me nowadays to look at a white creature, a white 1-drop that just has stats that doesn't continuously scale or, like, protect, right? Like, think of all the white 1-drops that see play. And, like, they're usually more disruptive. Like, you want to, your 1-drops in mono white typically just want to be disruptive or protective. There are spots where that is not the case, and for cards like Champion of the Parish, right? But Champion of the Parish just goes up, up, and up, up permanently, and offers that on the defense as well. So this card is kind of in an awkward spot where, again, it feels like the kind of thing that you build your 60 card deck around, and you have 4 of them, and you just, like, people are worried about the turn 1 seasoned Warren Guard, turn 2 like Novice Inspector or whatever, like Boros Convoke or whatnot. Yeah, it's got incredible art because it's got a very cute little rabbit with carrots. Never underestimate what a rabbit can do with a root vegetable and some moxie. That's great flavor text too. Did you know that you're not actually supposed to feed rabbits too many carrots? Here's some cool rabbit advice for any current or future rabbit owners. Yeah, carrots have a lot of sugar in them. So you don't really want to give your rabbit too many carrots. Sometimes the best thing you could do for carrots too, for rabbits with carrots, is also just like peel carrots and give them the peelings. They fucking love that. And that's like a nice, there's less sugars in the like outside. Yeah. Lettuce is pretty good. Rabbits can eat a whole bunch of stuff. Like you can feed them certain like fruits too, like bananas and apples, you know. But like typically rabbits are just going to eat a bunch of hay or like, you know, leafy greens. And don't give them too much broccoli. They do like broccoli or kale. There are certain kinds of green vegetables that make that are a bit too gassy, and you don't want to give them stuff with like no celery or only certain kinds of cabbage. No, they won't eat everything, but they do eat more than you'd think. Like more different, like they eat a larger variety of foods than you would imagine. But it's just like the ones that you should focus on are, you know, hay and whatnot. This card's very cool, but unfortunately way too fragile. Star Charter, 3 and a white for a 3/1 flying bat cleric. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, you may look at the top 4 cards of your library, and you can reveal a creature with power 3 or less from them. Put in your hand, the rest go on the bottom in a random order. It's a bit too expensive, it's a bit too vulnerable, and it just has a chance to whiff. Unless you have a really high creature count. Like, this is the kind of card that I would have loved to have played in like first year of Gladiator, but I think we're at the point where that's just not the case anymore. Unfortunately. Starfall. Invocation. 3 white for a sorcery with gift a card. So just, hey, I'm going to gift you a card when you cast this. Destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return a creature card put into your graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control. This is such a weird card. This screams Commander to me for multiple reasons. 1, it's a 5-mana Wrath. 2, gift a card is a lot better when you have multiple players. And 3, combining this with like an Eternal Witness style of effect, or, you know, a Sun Titan or a Karmic Guide or whatever, Revel Arc, like the whole, like, I blew up everything, but then also I'm bringing back some stuff and I get to do it all over again, is easier to assemble in a format where there are people just not trying to kill everyone. Certainly not as quickly. It's a little weird. It's a 5-mana Wrath, so I don't imagine it's going to see any or much play. Like, Day of Judgment is going to be in Standard. And it's going to be in Standard for 5 years. Day of Judgment is going to be Standard legal for ages. Off of, what is it? Foundation, I think is the name of the set. Do we have, how many cards from Foundations do we have? We have like 10, right? Or 5. Oh, we have 5. All right. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, this card, I don't think it does enough for 1v1. That's it. I mean, maybe like 60 card formats can play this, but not for us. Valley Quest Caller. 1 and a white for a 2/3 rabbit warrior. Whenever one or more other rabbits, bats, birds, and or mice you control enter play, you scribe 1. And then other rabbits, bats, birds, and mice you control get +1/+1. This is one of those cards where, unfortunately, like, the stat line is great. The abilities are great. But this is the kind of card where you really need to be committed to the theme in order to get anything out of this. Like, if I'm looking up the number of bats, like, they exist, right? Like, there are bats that see play or could see play. Like, non-embarrassing bats are like Ruin Lurker Bat, Deep Cavern Bat. That's it. The Sanguine, what is it? Sanguine. No, not why'd you have to say sandwich? Well, now I want a sandwich. We gotta stop doing this. Nobody can talk about food anymore. Regal Bunnicorn. Obviously a bunch of rabbits from this set. We looked at the birds. We looked at the mice. It's too scattered for this to really take off, which is a shame because this art is incredible. This art is absolutely incredible. Gotta love a rabbit leading the charge that also just has a fork on its belt. This artwork just keeps on giving, by the way. You got the beautiful like foliage around here. It really sets the scale. You got an earthworm just checking out what's going on. You got this metal carrot blade, yeah. You have a bard like this mouse just fucking rocking. It's the Bloomburrow a piper, you know. Very cool. Yeah, this rules. Oh, this is so cute. Oh, it's so It's very, I really like birds that just have their mouths open like that. I mean, it's kind of, when you see that, they're just very warm, right? Like typically birds that have their mouth open they're injured or they're just too hot or something, right? Mouth or a beak? A beak is a mouth. Next question. This artwork's great too. This is phenomenal. God, there's so many rabbits in here. Oh my god. Like, look at this. This card's not playable. Oh, that's good flavor text. There is strength in numbers, yes. More importantly, there is joy. So cute. You got a lop here. And I like that they have a nice mix of lop rabbits in here too. Yeah, this set is great. Warren Warleader. 2 white for a 4/4 rabbit knight with offspring. And whenever you attack, choose 1. Create a 1/1 white rabbit token that's tapped and attacking. Or attacking creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. The offspring on this is pretty huge if you get to the late game. 4 mana 4/4 that buffs your team on attacking or just making another token. It's a little below the curve, but it still is the kind of thing that gets the job done, presumably because you're playing this with tokens, right? You're playing this in a deck that just makes a bunch of tokens. And so being able to just buff the entire team, pretty strong. Contribute to the entire team, also pretty strong. Does something on 4, does something on 6. This art is also incredible. Yeah, 6 mana, go to combat, get it immediately. 4 mana, go to combat, get it immediately. That is very important. It's not when it attacks, it's just whenever you attack. So being able to play this and then immediately you get an anthem for your attackers is huge. Or play this and immediately get another one attacking. This card, I will give it a shot in... I'll give it a shot in tokens. I might be interested in trying this out in mono white, like a more aggressive mono white. And certainly in... Like, I'll give it a shot in aristocrats too. Because it's nice to just get more tokens attacking and then also to just get, like, the whole team... Rabbit stack for memes and Moxen. I mean, when we do another memes and Moxen, I will heavily consider doing like little critters. Just a little guy. Just little guy typle. Well, this one's good too. I tried to find my Yoshi, my photos of Yoshi. I couldn't find them. I think they're, I mean, I know they're on my phone. But, where is my, oh, my phone's in my pocket. Gonna run into Dark Blast. If somebody Dark Blasts my rabbits, I'm gonna punch them out. They're gonna get clobbered. Let's see, let's get a good Yoshi picture. Oh, they're all Piglet and Morley. Oh no, I made a huge mistake. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Put that away. Put that away. No, that card's bad. This card's kind of interesting. Cute too. Whiskervale Forerunner. 3 and a white for a 3/4 mouse bard with Valiant and then a whole paragraph. Valiant. Whenever Whiskervale Forerunner becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them. You may put it into play if it's your turn. If you don't put it into play, you put it into your hand and the rest go on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is a shitload of text, but honestly, it's pretty straightforward. So when it becomes a target of a spell or ability, top 5. I found a creature with mana value 3 or less. I'm showing it to my opponent. Is it my turn? Great, it goes into play. Their turn just goes into my hand. But you can also opt to not put it into play. If it's your turn. This is a pretty powerful ability. I'm just a little concerned as to like how we are getting this going. Like how are we reliably getting this ticking? There are certain cards, like I think about this card for Ruin Your Evening, right? You need to be able to reliably get this triggered like over and over and over again. And we have a couple of ways to do that. Let's take a look. Target creature. This creature.
Eggs.
Legal.
E-double-G-S eggs.
Gladiator. Mana value. We have like All Seed of Life's Bounty. Giver of Ruins. Technically Giant Killer, which is kind of funny. Guide of Souls can trigger this. Selfless Savior. Skrelv. Charming Prince. Lion Sash. Luminarch Aspirant. Selfless Samurai. Giver of Ruins. I think I may have already mentioned Giver of Ruins, but what are you going to do? Spellbook Vendor. Yeah, we've got ways of targeting them. I don't know how many of them are cheap, but this is a very powerful ability. Yeah, you could use it with the Encore. I mean, I don't think this card is going to be finding its way into Canadian Highlander. But Skeptical because it costs 4. Yeah, but like the black-white, like Ruin Your Evening style deck or the mono-white Ruin Your Evening style deck in Gladiator is just like pretty strong right now. I'm convinced that deck is like pretty good. And stalls out the game super well to getting this into play that just keeps it going and going and going. It's kind of busted. Meth and June back for the 61st month. Jesus Christ. If only there was a record that just came out that definitely goes well alongside all these adorable bards and musicians. Shameless plug aside, finally jammed some Gladiator shit rules. Well, thank you for all the support. Thank you for, I mean, Gladiator is in a pretty good spot right now. Big fan. You don't have to ever apologize for plugging anything about Hubris Canon. You have the carte blanche to plug any and all Hubris cannon that you would like here. Feel free. I mean, I could also do it too. I could drop a link. I assume you're talking about revised? I hope you're talking about revised. Deck is going crazy with the set. Yeah, there's a bunch of cheap white creatures. Annoying cheap white creatures. That's important. Annoying cheap white creatures. Speaking of white, we're finally done white, and all it's taken is 2 hours. Blue is interesting. Blue is interesting. Daring Wave Rider. Are you going to have a shirt? Are you planning on doing shirts for the revised artwork, by the way? Or City of Traders, for that matter? Because I would love to buy some more Hubris Cannon shirts. Yeah, the clamshell board is great. Daring Wave Rider. 4 blue for a 4/4 Otter Wizard. When Daring Wave Rider enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, you exile it instead. Look what I found. This card's a weird one. There's a lot of safety valves on it, understandably so. It is 6 mana. That's a lot of mana. It exiles it, which is a bit of a pisser. And it has to be mana value 4 or less. Also, it's just right out of the time warp range, you know? Unfortunately, I think all of these lead to this card being unplayable. But it is very cute. Also, I think this works well with Ephemerate, right? Because Ephemerate, and I guess other rebound cards, but I'm thinking about Ephemerate here. Ephemerate says if that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. And rebound is already a replacement effect, so it's never actually getting put into the graveyard. So we can Ephemerate with this card and get it popping off. Oh, right. You have to... Ephemerate is from hand. Never mind. This card sucks. Great artwork, though. Dour Port Mage. 1 and a blue for a 1/3 Frog Wizard. Whenever one or more other creatures you control leave the battlefield without dying, draw a card. And then pay 1 and a blue, tap. Return another target creature you control to its owner's hand. This card is in a very, very exciting build around. Big fan of this because it doesn't have a cap on how many times you do this in a single turn. Meaning that if I'm just blinking over and over again, then I'm just drawing a shitload of cards. I'm keeping the train going. And then paying 2 to be able to bounce one of your own creatures to protect it from removal, to protect it from sweepers, to just replay it and get another trigger. That's pretty hot. Its applications are limited, but I am very excited to try this out in like a Bant Blink deck or any kind of like Blue X Blink decks. Revised shirts got delayed due to demand for the racists are all scum shirt. I mean, that's understandable. That's very understandable, but they're coming. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Glad of it. Oh, you still have racist Earl Scrum shirts too. It says other. No, yeah, it's other. You don't get it if you blink the Dowerport Mage. This is great too. This is great. I don't give a hoot about that card. Classes are back. I love how they are handling classes in this set. Classes are more reflecting of their role in the village, basically, which is very cute. This is called Gossip's Talent. 1 in a blue for an enchantment class. When a creature you control enters, you surveil 1. Level 2 for 1 in a blue. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature with power 3 or less can't be blocked. And level 3 for 3 in a blue. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. I don't believe this card is going to see any play, but it's a very cool card. I think classes are kind of underrated. There's just so much value to be like taken from them. Some of the classes obviously get a lot of coverage in the format, like Ranger class being the big one. Ranger class, Bard class, but even stuff like Druid class and Fighter class pop up. We don't have a huge amount of classes, but this set has, I don't know which ones are previewed, so I don't want to talk out my ass, but hopefully we get a bunch of them. Or hopefully, I'm just going to stop talking. Yeah, Paladin is great. Paladin does a thing. There are some cool classes. Into the Flood Maw. This is some absolutely phenomenal fucking artwork on this. God, this whole set is just beautiful. 1 blue instant. Gift a tapped fish. Return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. If a gift was promised, instead return target non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So this is the big one for Oath and Vintage, because you can just bounce whatever and they get a fish. Doesn't matter. Yeah, CDH card too. I imagine this is going to be a Canlander card as well. Like, Chain of Vapor is still pretty good for Storm decks to play. And honestly, a lot of the time, Chain of Vapor is just bouncing a creature. But the fact that you can bounce maybe a pesky Underworld Breach or whatever is kind of nice.
Eggs!
Or something else. Like, you can just like get rid of their Hate Bear, but you could also use it to get rid of to disrupt an opponent's combo, which is kind of nice. Very cool. And gifting a fish just doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? Have your 1/1. Have your tapped 1/1. Please, I'm begging you. Atomical Chemical back for the 28th month. Hey Wheeler, how is the Root set review going? It's great. We are taking so much time. We're 2 hours in, and I'm only like at the first couple cards in blue. And yeah, I am totally okay with that. I should mention about this card too. There's a lot of cards in this set that I'm excited to put into Flying Men. After playing Flying Men recently, there's a North 100 Showdown with Flying Men coming out. And then there was that Friday night paper fight where I absolutely rinsed Nelson. That deck is so much more real than it's ever been. Like, that deck now just seems great. And this set has a shitload of cards for it. And this is a card that I would play in that deck too. Worth mentioning. But thank you for the 28 months. Jace the Mind Sculptor. So just to be clear, did they confirm that these were coming to Arena? I saw somebody mention it. But have they confirmed these are indeed coming to Arena? Great. Jace the Mind Sculptor. 2 and 2 blue for 3 loyalty legendary planeswalker Jace. With, get this, 4 abilities. Wow. +2. Look at the top card of target player's library. You may put that card on the bottom of their library. That seems pretty good. 0. Brainstorm. -1. Unsummon. -12. Win the game. So, yeah, of course this card's fucking good. It's Jace. Jace is dope. Jace is very good. Jace has gotten a little bit worse. Or how should I word this? Jace has overall gotten a bit worse now that there are just more ways of dealing with planeswalkers, right? There are more tools on red burn spells like Strangle and Galvanic Discharge or Fateful Absence that can get rid of planeswalkers. There are more haste creatures, better ETBs, whatever, right? Like, this card has gotten a little bit worse, but it has mostly just gotten worse in the hands of bad players. Like, Jace, if you know what you're doing with him, is still, like, fucked up and game over. And this card is a very difficult card to play properly, especially in Singleton. One trap people get into is just brainstorming constantly instead of, you know, actually trying to kill your opponent. Basically, the play pattern that you want to set up with Jace is like, get the board in a position where you can untap with Jace. This can either be play it and bounce their thing, or play it and Fate Seal them, or Fate Seal yourself to make sure that you have a reasonable draw. That's another thing people don't do that often, but they really should. And then once that is the case, brainstorm into something that clears the board. Or deal with the board, brainstorm for like anything to protect yourself and your Jace, and then just tick up and just kill them. We have 11 fetch lands in our format. I mean, we have more than that, but we have the 11 good fetch lands. Yeah, I am so excited to be able to play with Jace. Jace is kind of messed up. And yeah, mana drain is still currently legal. Currently. But I am so stoked. I'm happy to hear that there's confirmation that the special guest cards are going to be on Arena, because there are some absolute fucking bangers. This is one of them. Baleful Strix is another one, but I don't know if they're all previewed or not, and I do not want to break NDA. Birds of Paradise got... Okay, good. Great. Yeah, Bop is the big one, too. Bop is wild. Bop is so fucked up. Oh, boy. Kidnap. 2 blue for an enchantment aura with gift a card. Enchant creature. When Kidnap enters the battlefield, tap enchanted creature. If the gift wasn't promised, put 3 stun counters on it. You control enchanted creature. I don't think people understand how busted control magic is, and how lucky we are that they haven't printed control magic as a special guest card. Control magic is a messed up magic card. Like, that is control magic is like more or less, honestly, probably playable in Canadian Highlander. Like, it just does something that is so unbelievably fucked up. This is not control magic. Obviously, gifting a card is pretty big cost. I don't think this card is going to see play. We have a couple of other... I mean, maybe it will, just because we don't have a good control magic variant yet. Control enchant. Control enchanted. It's so wild that there are so many cards in Gladiator that now I have to like double check every time. I don't think so. Like their Enthralling Hold is not playable. There's Grafted Identity, but it requires you to sack additional creature. That's a genuinely a big cost. Bolus Clutches is so much mana. Lay Claim is so much mana. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a good straightforward control magic variant. But it's hard to find, it's hard to dedicate this, like, the slot to this one. The Neo one. What's the Neo one? Oh, wait, the Neo one. Like, we have, like, Blue Sun Zenith and stuff. Is there a Neo control magic? Oh, Invoke the Winds, the sorcery. Yeah, that's a lot of blue mana. And 5 mana. I really am looking for like a 4 mana one. I think if we're going up to 5 mana, I'd prefer Fractured Identity. Yeah, I don't know. This card's, it's tough because, again, control magics are messed up. Gifting a card kind of breaks the parity of it. My mind, I'm leaning towards no, but these are typically pretty hard to evaluate. Oh, big stretch. Oh. Big stretch. Kitsa. Otterball Elite. 1 and a blue for a 1/3 legendary Otter Wizard with Vigilance, Prowess, tap, draw a card, then discard a card, and pay 2, tap, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only if Kitsa's power is 3 or greater. I think Kitsa's a pretty good magic card, and I'll tell you why. 1, it's a 3 toughness looter, which is pretty nice. It's not super vulnerable. It can stick around and block, which is something that you might want your looter to do. Although, you know, there are a lot of times where you just want to loot on your own turn. Vigilance, pretty nice to have on here because it lets you like poke in and actually, you know, still pressure them a little bit, or like pressure a planeswalker. Not for a huge amount, but Prowess helps that out quite a bit. And then the final ability is kind of cracked because it doesn't, you just need to cast 2 spells, right? You need to like attack, cast a spell, get this up to 2, cast a second spell, and then Prowess trigger resolves, then you could copy it. And that's pretty fucked up. I think this card will see play in both Canlander and Gladiator. Gladiator, I'm excited to just play this in like a blue X deck that has cheap spells, right? Or wants to like reanimate stuff, wants to play kind of like a mid-rangey control deck. Like I want to copy, in Gladiator, I want to copy like lightning bolts, or, I mean, I guess I want to do that in Canlander too. But like, you know, the things that I'm copying in Gladiator are going to be more about like keeping myself alive or clearing the board. Whereas the things that I want to copy in Canlander are cards like Reanimate. Cards like Demonic Tutor, you know? Cheap cards that'll really set up to kill my opponent. I think this card's quite good. You're washing the dog? Yes, Baleful Strix. Oh, I'm familiar. Wow, this art's great. Night Fisher? Oh, that's very funny. 3 blue for a 4/5 bird knight. Flying. Whenever another non-token bird you control enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 fish creature token. This art is incredible. This card is very cool. So are fish just... like, what's the deal with fish on Bloomburrow? They're not sentient. Well, sentient. They're not, like, intelligent life forms, right? The fish are food? Okay. Don't talk about the fish. Gotcha. This is very cute artwork. Light Shell Duo. This card's not playable, but very cute artwork. Rat Otter. Me and who, am I right, gamers? Food is just what you can eat. Hey, sometimes it's what I can't eat as well. Long River Lurker. 2 and a blue for a 2/3 ward 1. Other frogs you control have ward 1. When Long River Lurker enters, target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. Whenever that creature deals combat damage this turn, you may exile it. If you do, return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. This is such a weird Magic card. Like, this is the kind of card that I just stare at and I'm like, huh? Because the play pattern you want with this card is that you play it, you're able to push through damage, and ideally you're pushing through damage on something with a powerful ETB. But like, you could also just play it as giving something pseudo vigilance. That's not really why you would want to play this card. But so it's like a weird blink card that pushes for other cards to blink, you know? It's like a weird spot where it may technically be correct to like Essence Flux your Restoration Angel to then blink your other creature. Very odd card. The ward 1 on this is kind of funny. My concern with this card is that it's just like card slot, right? Card slot is pretty competitive. Tuesday, July. Holy shit. Oh. Oh, hell yeah. Good news, chat. Yes, claim it. Claim it. Hold on 1 second. I got to make a very important phone call. This is so dope. I might be able to get a massage appointment. Please. Okay, you gotta understand. I get physiotherapy and massage therapy to help with my broken body, and I hadn't been able to get a massage appointment for quite some time, and I got one last Friday, but I definitely needed a lot more work done. And I hopped on a cancellation list, and I managed to snag one. There's an opening this afternoon at 4:30. busted. Taking it. I got the machine, unfortunately, but hopefully your boy gets it. Okay. Long River's Pull. Blue for an instant with gift a card. Counter target creature spell. If the gift was promised, instead counter target spell. I think this card's pretty good. This is one of the few gift a card cards that I am into. In board-based formats, which is now everything, sometimes you're just, or most of the time, you're just countering a creature anyways, right? Like, Essence Scatter is a weird card where you don't exactly want to play it, but also, you know, you're pretty often countering a threat on the board, right? And so just having a card that is mostly Essence Scatter is okay by me. But then if I really just want to counter their spell and invalidate their turn and go up, I can do that at the cost of a card. I don't like giving my opponents cards, but I do enjoy large tempo swings, which this can provide. So I'm a fan of this card. No, you have to. You don't have to give them a card. So this is either blue Essence Scatter or blue they draw a card and you counter their spell, which feels very Arcane Denial kind of card. Oh, did I immediately get a call back? I immediately got a call back. We got it. We got it. We got the appointment. We got the appointment. Oh, in multiplayer, you can give it to another person. Yeah. We got the appointment. Your boy's getting massaged. Let's go. Get those aches and pains out. Thank fucking God. Yeah, it's back to this card. It's a weird spot where I actually think I like this more in Highlander than I do in Gladiator. Because you have a larger density of counter spells, and there are dedicated decks where it's like, yeah, I'll give you the card, I don't care. I'm invalidating everything you're doing anyways. Not to mention, the cards people are resolving that are non-creature spells are scarier in Highlander than they are in Gladiator. But yeah, I could see this card in both formats. I'm pretty high on this thing. Sierra says, drink water. Welcome back for the 34th month. Meowdy, y'all. How are you doing? Thank you for the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. This card, I would love... I wish this card was an instant. MH3 has spoiled us. Because I love casting Jace's Ingenuity. Or Concentrate. This, unfortunately, doesn't let you do it. I don't think this card's playable, but it is something that I wish was an instant, you know. This card, I don't believe is playable, but it is wild that this is on a Magic card. Like, this is a 3-drop. 2 and a blue for a 3/2 rat wizard. At the beginning of your upkeep, you surveil 1. And then as long as it has threshold, like actual threshold, and as long as there are 7 or more cards in your graveyard, creatures your opponents control get -1/-0. This is fucked up. You're probably thinking of Cumberstone? Cumberstone? Cumberstone. Not Cucumber Stone. Yeah, Cumberstone. Like, this is wild. That this second ability is on a creature, and the requirement for this ability is can be met at instant speed. Like this is like onboard trick territory and is kind of fucked up. That's it. I don't think the power level's there, but this card is wild. Like, and you could have this in multiples. Imagine having this card in multiples and your opponent just cannot attack. Like, I could see myself drafting a deck with like multiple copies of this card and just locking your opponent out of the game. You just kill them with some flyers or whatever. Mockingbird. X and a blue for a 1/1 bird bard with flying. You may have Mockingbird enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value less than or equal to the amount of mana spent to cast Mockingbird, except it's a bird in addition to its other types and has flying. That is incredible. This card rules. Because if you put 3 mana into X, then we finally have a 4 mana clone. Which, as you all know, we have not had a 4 mana clone yet. Well, that's not true. We had the first 4 mana clone. We had the first 4 mana clone in Outlaws of Thunder Junction. No, this card rules. It's a little... I'm a little hesitant. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ. My knees slammed my entire desk. I'm a little hesitant to talk about this card in Gladiator, but we have some pretty messed up 1 mana cards, 1 mana creatures or 2 mana creatures in Gladiator. Like, this card scales pretty well. And the problem is the floor, right? So there are decks in Canlander where the floor of this card is just fine. It's just a cheap evasive threat, right? It's just a 1 mana card with flying that you could put a Curiosity on. I don't know if that is going to be certainly not as playable in Gladiator because we lack Wasteland, Strip, Force of Will, Force of Negation, Daze, Gush, Winter Orb, that kind of thing. We have Winter Moon, but you know. But this card is very good. Like, this is a very powerful Magic card. It's a clone that doesn't work with flicker effects, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I'm excited to play this card. Super playable in Canlander Flying Man. This is one of the cards that I was very excited about for Flying Man. Yeah, I think this card, McMahon, has a high ceiling and the floor is reasonable. I'm just not as convinced in regards to the competitive nature of the decks that play this kind of card in Gladiator, which is like not the biggest issue, and admittedly not an area I've explored a ton. I mean, I will do so when Bloomburrow releases on Arena, but yeah, I'm a big fan of this card. I think it's very powerful. It's one that gets better with the cards that your opponents are playing. And while I think this is a bit better in Canlander, I could be convinced this card is similarly good in Gladiator. No. This one's kind of interesting. Otterball Antics. 1 and a blue for a sorcery that you create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature with prowess. And if the spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, you put a 1/1 counter on that creature. And then it has flashback for 3 and a blue. It's interesting that a deck that is going to want this kind of card, like a card that makes a prowess creature, probably has other prowess creatures in there, and therefore this will trigger prowess or will have its cost reduced by some number of Ral monsoon mages or whatever the new otter is. And it has flashback. Flashback's a mechanic that players do undervalue quite a bit, where it's kind of that it's in that line of modal spells or flexibility that people overvalue. Is that flashback people underrate? People tend to poorly assess flashback in that sometimes they buy into a card with flashback that is just like a bad rate on both sides. And then other times they're just like, why would I ever pay excuse me. Why would I ever pay 5 mana to flashback this card? And then it's like that new draw spell. Like that new draw spell is a good example. And like I'm not exempt from this because I think I was lower on this draw spell than I should have been. The Eviscerator's Insight, where my initial take on this card was, why am I playing this in a deck that I'm already playing Deadly Dispute, Village Rites, Corrupted Conviction, and like maybe Plumb the Forgotten? And the answer is that this card is just better than Plumb the Forgotten. Because a flashback draw 2 is huge, right? Flashback draw 2 is huge. When are you likely to cast flashback? When you don't really have many other things to do. When are you going to want to get new cards in your hand when you don't really have anything else to do? Like that is pretty big. The fact that this card is going to draw you 4 cards over the game is quite nice. And so this isn't that, but the issue with like the blue-red prowessy kind of decks traditionally has been that sometimes they draw their prowess cards and sometimes they draw their like cards to enable prowess. And this kind of does both and can do that at different times. So I'm not saying this card is like a slam dunk, but I do think that this card is more interesting and likely more playable than other people are going to give it credit for. Jalib, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you, May. Say good to see you. Prowessy? I don't know. Should we mute Pywo for that? Should we time out Pywo for like... How do I do that? Let's see. Time out. Pywo Dwagon. 20. 30. Prowessy. There we go. Plume Creed Escort. 1 and a blue for a 2/1 bird scout with flash, flying, and when Plume Creed Escort enters the battlefield, target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. I really like this card for Skies decks and for Flying Men. I compared this card to Rattle Chains in something that I don't know why I'm talking about this to you. This card and Rattle Chains are pretty similar. Rattle Chains being the flash flyer that can give target spirit hexproof. And then it says you can cast spirits as though they had flash. The issue being is that the decks that typically play Rattle Chains and would play Plume Creed Escort already play at instant speed. There are a couple of exceptions, and admittedly, one of the exceptions, Mausoleum Wanderer, happens to be a spirit itself, right? Which is kind of interesting. But overall, you're probably just playing both. The fact that this can come into play as a 2-power flying threat that protects a creature is great. Because one of the issues with Flying Men, I say an issue, but it is kind of a part of the design of the deck, is that all your creatures are so cheap and shitty that your opponent is never trading up with removal. They're usually trading down, or it's an equivalent exchange, right? And so that leads you to spots where you're like, do I want to protect my creature, or do I want to develop to the board, or do I want to keep the card flow going? And this is a card that lets you build to the board while protecting your threats, which is great. Because then that means since you develop multiple threats, you can then spend your mana on preventing them from winning the game and building to the board, or on you keeping the card flow going without feeling that bad if one of these dies down the line. So yeah, pretty cool. My deck is so bad, my opponent has no good options for what to destroy. Yeah, I mean, a similar logic can be applied to like... even black-green aggro or mono-red, where it's like, yeah, you can kill my Goblin Guide, but I've already hit you for 4. It's done its job. And now you are trading. If you're trading with Fatal Push or your 1-mana premium removal, that's a card I don't have to play around for the rest of the game. Or like, you killed my Grave Crawler, now I can just bring it back or whatever. It's just interesting how it applies to the blue aggressive cards, because blue is typically a color not associated with being that aggressive, you know? Season of Weaving. This is a 6-mana sorcery. No, I'll talk about this card. Season of Weaving, 4 blue for a sorcery. Choose up to 5 paw prints worth of modes. You can choose the same mode more than once. 1 paw print, you draw a card. 2 paw prints, you choose an artifact or creature you control, create a token that's a copy of it. And 3 paw prints, return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. I jokingly just, skipped over this card, but out of all the seasons, I think this is the one I'm going to play in Gladiator. I love Big Blue. Big Blue is a pet deck of mine in Gladiator, and I think this gets into Big Blue for a couple of reasons. One, you just want to have as many kind of River's Rebuke cards as you can get, so that you can stay alive. 2, this is a deck that plays artifacts and occasionally plays creatures to the board that, being able to 6 mana, copy these or make a token and then bounce every other one is pretty huge. Like, this play pattern of 6 mana, make a token, bounce everything feels very in line with Flood of Tears in a way. Although not being able to copy a Planeswalker is a bit of a pisser. And then also just sometimes, I'll pay 6 mana, draw 5 cards. You kidding me? If you've watched this stream more than once, you are probably pretty familiar with the fact, you're probably pretty familiar with me casting Seagate Restoration. I love casting Seagate Restoration, and I will cast Seagate Restoration, draw 3. That's fine. I don't think you understand how much mana I will pay to draw cards. I'll do it. I'll Sphinx's Revelation. I don't give a shit. I'm just wild like that. I'm just out there like that. So yeah, I could see myself playing this in Big Blue. Or, okay, go with me on this journey. What if we target our Timeless Witness? Target Timeless Witness? Is this better than Commence the Endgame? I think they're different cards, but I'm leaning towards preferring this card because it does more. This has a pretty good defensive, slam the button mode. Make a copy of our Timeless Witness. Return everything else, including our first Timeless Witness. And then the copy returns Season of Weaving to our hand. Busted. Absolutely busted. This card's kind of interesting. Shoreline Looter. 1 and a blue for a 1/1 rat rogue. Can't be blocked. Threshold. When Shoreline Looter deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Then you discard a card unless 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. The templating on this is a little weird. Just to clarify for folks at home, you always loot, but if you have Threshold, it's just I hit you and draw a card. I imagine that I will play this in Flying Men because I like to play Looteril Core and Suspicious Stowaway. And while the extra 2, the Stowaway gets to be a 2/1 that always draws a card when it flips, Day and Night is 1, dog shit. 2, something that actually flips pretty often. And Malcolm. I mean, Malcolm's absurd. Day and Night flips pretty often in these decks because you double spell quite a bit. And then it's just a little rat rogue. I imagine I'm going to play this card in Flying Men in both Gladiator and Canlander. Big fan of this card. Oh yeah, that's how you know this card is real. It has a like an F&M border or whatever this is supposed to be. Oh god, the names in this deck, this format. Splash Lasher. Yo, Splash Lasher kind of sick though. Splash Portal. Oh, it's a sorcery. Thought Shucker. So Shiva made a post about this card that I thought went underappreciated because it's not really a Shivam joke. And I thought it was goddamn having to go through his posts. I don't want to have to like search for Thought Shucker. Hold on. Having to go through all of Shivan's tweets, we may be here for quite some time. Basically, it was just him saying, buddy, they won't even let me shuck the thoughts. Oh, there it is. Yeah. This is criminal. Buddy, they won't even let me shuck thoughts. Like it's a good bit. It's a good callback. 80 likes? No. That's so fucked up. How does that get 80 likes when some other things just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Also, this card's not very good. This card's going to be misread so much. Oh, like Giralf? Yeah, you can only ever shuck a thought once. Let's talk about this card. This card's quite good. Oh, this is not the artwork I want to talk about. I want to talk about this one. Thunder Trap Trainer. 1 and a blue for a 1/2. Otter Wizard with Offspring 4. When this creature enters the battlefield, you look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of the library in a random order. So, if you talk to anybody that's played Canlander long enough, they'll let you know that Augur of Bolas never hits. It's just never a thing that does. No, I haven't seen the... Do you have the Augur Math tweet? Augur of Bolas just never hits. 4 cards,
Eggs.
Augur of Bolas is hitting.
Yes, eggs.
Like, this is going to hit. This is going to hit. Worth noting that Augur of Bolas is only instant or sorcery. This is non-creature, non-land. So you can hit planeswalkers, artifacts, enchantments, battles, whatever. And then late game, if you draw this, you just pay 6 mana, draw 2, make 2 bodies. Hell yeah. This card's great. I imagine this will see play in control decks, spell-based decks, Blue Moon. I'm going to try it in blue-white. Like, this card's pretty good. Yeah, good for Flare Denial. Card's pretty good. Big fan of this card. Urshibar, welcome back for the 32nd month. 32 months for the 32nd Magic the Gathering set. I do not know if that's true. I mean, I know it's not true, but I'm curious, what set is this? The 101st Magic set. Dear God. Is Search for Escanta good? Nah, it's too slow. There's certain decks that can maybe get away with it. Too many Magic set. I mean, the game has been out for 30 years. 31 years now. That's a lot of time. Do you know? Oh, this one. Augur of Bolas math, not just vibes. Like, how many things? Vibes are a good call. Vibes are a good call. Let's see. So, if you take... I don't know. Let me just pull up a deck here to figure this out. Because not... Okay, so they do say that, you know, all decks are created equal. But if you look at my deck, and if you look at Samoa Joe's deck, you can very clearly see that this is not true. Normally, if you go one-on-one with another Blue Moon deck, you got a 50-50% chance of winning. But I'm a genetic freak, and I'm not normal. So you got a 25% at best chance to beat me. And then when you add in the Canadian Highlander counselor into the mix, the chances of winning drastically go down. So the three-way tie at the year end, you got a 33% and third chance of winning. But I got a 66 and 2/3 chance of winning because I'm a Highlander counselor. And you know you can't beat me, and you're not even going to try. So Samoa Joe's Blue Moon deck, and you take your 33 1/3 chance minus my 25% chance, you got an 8 1/3 chance of winning at the year end. Thank you. Thank you. I got Kiefer clapping in the back. Valley Flood Caller. Oh, it's so cute. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 Otter Wizard with Flash. You may cast non-creature spells as though they had Flash. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Untap them. So this card's pretty good in CDH, right? Like, this card's pretty strong. It is a 3-mana 2/2 prowess / untapper that also just gives your other cards Flash. This card might actually be fine in Gladiator and Highlander. Highlander maybe not as much because it's a 3-mana card, but like untapping your team, this card just makes it so tough to profitably attack into it. And like if we look at, I'm gonna look at the blue. Let's see, bird. What are some birds in blue? I mean, the otters, there are a couple of otters, a couple of frogs. There's not a huge amount of birds in blue. Don't back up. Something about birds in blue is very funny to me. Just like all the birds are all cops. Like, not Vendilion Clique, Nimble Obstructionist, I guess. I don't know. This is kind of reaching. Yeah, I'm willing to give this more of a shot in Gladiator. But I don't know. We don't really have the Gladiator and Canlander aren't as dog shit as CDH, and so we're not jumping for joy at getting a card like this. Oh, I'm entering my shit talking CDH era again. Not great in CDH? Is that true, Elliot? You left that era? I ever stopped doing that? I mean, I guess that's true. I like CDH, but I do think it's dog shit. It's a great fast food format. You know, it's done quick and dirty, and then you're like, why did I spend so much money on that? And why am I just not satisfied? Isn't your shit talking CDH era every other Spike Feeders video I guessed on? No, I did I do that on the Spike Feeders videos? I don't know that I do. Shredder is a good bird in blue. Yeah, being able to untap Ledger Shredder is pretty nice. Nimble Obstructionist, Ledger Shredder. There's probably another one that I'm missing that sees some amount of play. Yeah, you get the point. Natu, yeah, Baleful Strix. This card is kind of interesting. Wishing Well. 3 and a blue for an artifact that has tap. Put a coin counter on Wishing Well. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value equal to the number of coin counters on it from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. What, this is an awful card? Boo? Why are you booing this card? So read the rules. Wait, did we not add this to the rules? We gotta add this to the rules. Edit, rules. Hi, Mulder. There we go. Don't boo cards. Wait, we weren't insulting birds, were we? I don't know. I think this card's kind of cool. I wouldn't play it in Canlander. I could see somebody trying this out in Gladiator. By somebody, I mean me. I could see myself trying this card in Gladiator. It does, obviously, you can only use that as a sorcery or whatever, but it does start accruing advantage almost immediately. Like by turn 2, it will have earned back 3 mana worth of cards and probably killed a thing and drawn you some cards or hand attack them. Yeah. I think this card has some, or ramped you. Like, I feel like if you're playing this card, you're playing it in like the Rug Time Walk Turbo Lands kind of deck. Yeah. They fixed the One Ring, finally. All right, on to black. Bandit's Talent. 1 and a black for an enchantment class. When Bandit's Talent enters, each opponent discards 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card. Level 2 for 1 black. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, they lose 2 life. And then level 3. 3 to black. At the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent who has 1 or fewer cards in hand. This is a very good The Rack. And honestly, it's not the worst card in like a Black X mid-range deck that isn't like... If you're just like a Black X mid-range deck, even if you're not like dedicated 8-rack stuff, doing dedicated 8-rack stuff, that level 3 is pretty strong. Like, you can run people out of cards pretty quickly and then just start drawing additional cards. Like, if you are playing 8-rack in Gladiator or Canlander, it might be a little tough in Gladiator. Also kind of a little tough in Canlander. But, like, if you're playing a Pox deck, you just want redundancy in the first place. And then, if you want to... Sorry, I got distracted by a subathon work email. Yeah, if you're playing the Pox 8-rack deck, this can do a thing. Which is where I think it'll see play in Canlander. If we're talking about Gladiator, I think this might just have enough game in like a black discard kind of mid-range deck. Yeah, it just does a lot. Again, I'm giving a bit more wiggle room to classes because they just do so much. And I think they're undervalued. It's just... The fact that this card can slowly just accrue more advantage for you is pretty exciting. Bone Cache Overseer. Black for a 1/1 Squirrel Warlock. With tap, pay 1 life, draw a card. Activate only if 3 or more cards left your graveyard this turn, or if you sacrificed a food. For those not familiar, this is forage. Or like this says, do this thing if you have foraged. There's a mechanic called forage, which says, let's see if I can find an example. I think most of them are in green or black. Here. Oh, incredible artwork. Yeah, when it enters the battlefield, you may forage if you do draw a card. So to forage, you exile 3 cards from your graveyard or sacrifice a food. And the Warlock that we're talking about has this ability that you can only activate if you've effectively foraged. Which is going to be pretty difficult to do. I don't hate this card in Sacrifice or the food decks. And could even see it showing up in those decks. It's a little awkward. Hey, Mulder, hey. Don't eat dirt. What are you doing? You're eating dirt off the ground? Why? Now you got it on your mouth. My cat is doing a very gross thing. It's hard for me to hate a 1-drop that can draw cards, you know? The cost of inclusion is pretty low in your like deck themed around sacrificing food, or you know, you're in black, so you may have some delve cards or some exile cards. Yeah, I could see this showing up. It's the kind of card where I can imagine playing it in like the sacrifice decks or food fight. And then just cutting it once I get a more impactful like 1-drop or whatever. You know? This is the kind of card that you cut after they print like a Sultai or Abzan Noble Hierarch. You know? Don't like that one. Do like this one. Dark Star Augur. 2 and a black, excuse me, for a 2/3 Bat Warlock with Offspring for a single black mana. Fly it. At the beginning of your upkeep, you reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. So this is a flying bob. It is a flying bob in at 3 mana. Or it's 2 flying bobs at 4 mana. I think this card is pretty good. I imagine that this card will see play in both Gladiator and Canadian Highlander. And Caustic Bronco has really showcased just how good Dark Confidants are, especially when they have a reasonable body. I mean, Caustic Bronco doesn't always draw the card, which is kind of an interesting push and pull, right? Where, like, you play this card because you want to draw the cards, but there are definitely spots where you have a bob and you're like, I don't want this bob anymore. And the fact that this has a pretty reasonable body with an evasive ability and still has the mandatory draw the card, like you're always drawing the card without having to push it into combat, it's pretty nice. And then Offspring, if you're just off to the races, if you've got some life gain going, if your deck is super low curve, if you just want to make a bunch of things, just paying 4 mana to get 2 creatures that also let you double bob is pretty neat. Especially if you play out, like the play pattern with this card in where you Offspring to make the token bat and it just draws you a card and then you block with it. That's pretty neat. Or it draws you a card and you're like, yeah, I could go for another one. And you let it draw another card, then you cash it in. It's pretty neat. Flying is also pretty relevant for the offense and the defense, right? There's a spot where you just have your Bob and you're like, okay, well, I need to get rid of this Bob. I guess I'll just block with it. And they play an evasive card and you're like, oh shit. And you just die to your own Bob because you can't race their flyer. This being able to block your opponent's flyers is also quite relevant. Yeah, card's pretty good. Also Ancient 2 mana for what it's worth. Low pip cost too. Great magic card. Dire Sight is kind of interesting. I think I should read the card. 2 and a black for a sorcery. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Read the Bones is a better magic card than it would appear at first glance, right? Being able to scry 2, draw 2, lose 2, clean, right? Read the Bones is a card that does pop up in occasionally in Gladiator decks, specifically in like larger mono black decks. I think at this point we may be a bit out, like it may be a bit outclassed by other effects, but it's certainly outclassed by Dire Sight. You probably don't want to play 2 of these in the first place, but if you're playing 1 copy of Read the Bones still, Dire Sight is just better than Read the Bones. Surveil is so good. You're in black, you use the graveyard for multiple reasons. We have this in Dimir. Yeah, Notion Rain, right? But this is mono black. Dimir doesn't need this because you already have blue in your deck and you can just play powerful draw spells. And this is just mono black. Chopping off the blue pip is super important for this kind of card. So I think we're at the point where this kind of card is not really needed, but I could be wrong. I haven't played like big black in a while, and this is certainly better than Read the Bones. Like there's a chance that Read the Bones got cut, and now that this card's printed, the players for those decks might go like, I could Read the Bones again. Feed the Cycle. You know what? I need a lozenge. Give me a second. You don't play it over Night's Whisper. You typically play them both. Or you play, also we don't have Night's Whisper on Gladiator, right? We just have Sign in Blood. Nothing wrong with Sign in Blood. But Night's Whisper is like cracked. Night's Whisper, before the printing of Orcish Bowmasters, Night's Whisper was a vintage playable card. All right, I've got a lozenge. We're good to go. Feed the Cycle. 1 in a black for an instant. As an additional cost to cast a spell, forage, or pay black. So you can either exile 3 cards from your graveyard, or sack a food, or play black mana. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. This card is very good. The cost of exiling 3 cards from your graveyard is not that much. Cost of sacking a food is a little niche, but also often not that much. And then just paying 3 mana, well, that's just Hero's Downfall. A totally reasonable Magic card to play. Or a totally reasonable effect to seek out. And it's just destroy creature or planeswalker. That is wild. This card's very good. I imagine it will see play in both Canadian Highlander and Gladiator. Like new staple status for this card. I'm pretty certain. Big fan of this card. Very good. Which makes it even more... There's not much to talk about this card, but makes it even weirder that this card is in the set. Fell. 1 in a black for a sorcery. Destroy target creature. That's it. This card is also pretty good. Big walk the plank vibes, but it's easier to cast and hits anything. Very weird. It's weird that they're both in the same set. I don't think Fell is going to be as universal as Feed the Cycle, but Fell does have some Gladiator chops. And I could even see it showing up in some Canlander decks. It's just so weird to both have them here. I mean, they're different cards. They do different things. But, like, they're so close that it's just so weird. It's very weird to have them. You know what? I'm tweeting that. Ooh, the crab got previewed? Okay, I'll talk about the crab. I'll talk about the crab after we get through black. Usually I like to wait, but I like that crab. I remember writing that one down. Let's go. I don't think this card's playable, but this artwork is incredible. And I am excited to try playing this in Limited. Hazel's Nocturne. 3 in the black for an instant. Return 2 target creatures from your graveyard to your hand. Each opponent loses 2, you gain 2. I do think this card is probably fine in Commander as well. Ben, your TikTok voice in the last VOD woke me up. It was... They printed 2 cards in the same set with the same ability. With the release of Bloomburrow coming out on blah blah August, players are excited for the new tools for their decks, be it Commander or Standard. But one thing that's catching players off guard is the inclusion of both Fell and Feed the Cycle. 2 spells at black and uncommon that both have destroyed target creature. Long gone are the days of Doomblade or Walk the Plank, where you have to leave an unfortunate Deathrite Shaman or Lord of Atlantis on the board. But it's a bit strange to... I don't know. Harvest, welcome back for the 4th month. Enjoying the review. Cheers. Thank you so much.
Let the sun shine upon this Lord of Cinder.
Thank you for the support. I hope you're doing well. Happy Harvest. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. Bam Mayhem back for the second month. How are you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for coming back. Spike does the same. I love his fuck it. It's like on an intro of his where he does the like, hey guys, come join me for my Pro Tour watch along party. I'm the E-boy, I'm the streamer. Some shit. The like Pro Tour watch along party, and he's like, I just can't. I just fucking can't. I understand. All right, thank you, Pywo. Huskburster Swarm. 7 and a black for a 6/6 elemental insect. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you own in exile and in your graveyard. It has menace and death touch. We've played many varieties of the dredge deck, or the bunch of creatures in our graveyard, bring one back, cast one, big idiot deck. And so there is a pre-existing archetype that may want this kind of card, right? The added benefit is that this card counts exile. Like there's one that we played, Necropolis, not Hogak. It's like a 5/5. The 5/5, it's from Dominaria United, I think. Does anybody remember this card's name? The fuck is it called? No, Writhing Necromass. That's what it is. Thank you. Yeah, this one. Like, there is a deck in Gladiator that plays this card, and that deck can do things and kill people and win games. And so this one does cost a little bit more, 7 instead of 6, but you get a Menace Death Toucher, which is great. Means just chump blocking it over and over again is pretty difficult. And counting exile helps for a couple of reasons. One, you are probably not exiling your graveyard that often. It's outside of cards like Gurmag Angler or whatever. Which we don't have in Gladiator yet.
How dare you?
No.
But this one counting exile is pretty important. This one counting exile means that your opponent's exiling your stuff, which is going to be common, right? Like, if you are playing this graveyard deck, the thing your opponent is going to want to do is get their Scavenging Ooze going, or get their new Raccoon going, or Armored Scrap George. And this counting towards that is kind of nice. Or, yeah, I don't know, like Wander. What's the Moss Knight? Like this getting bigger with the Moss Knight. There's just a bunch of weirdo stuff that can make this card. Not the short. What? No, I said Raccoon. I do not shorten that word. That is an American thing, which makes it even more suspect. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, the Mosswood Dread Knight. Because it counts for adventure and whatnot. Or if something gets prismatic endinged, or whatchamacallit, Banishing Light. Nosrak, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. Why'd I start so early? Because I wake up at 7 a.m. now. It's also, I mean, I also have a lozenge in my mouth. So there's certain sounds that are going to get kind of gummed up. But yeah, anytime I see people use that as an abbreviation, they're like, no, it's like a, we're talking about raccoon. It's like, oh, sure you are. That's what you meant. I see. It just so happens to be the most racist people you've ever met doing it. Anyways, Iridescent Vine Lasher. Cutie. 1 black for a 1/2, Offspring for 2, Lizard Assassin with landfall. Whenever a land you control enters the battlefield, target creature Sorry, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. That's what it is. This is just a it's like a whatchamacallit. Retreat to Hagra style card. Retreat to Hagra. This card's neat. Offspring makes this card more of a real Magic card than I think. It's a little awkward because typically if you're like a land combo deck, you probably don't need this card. If you are a aggressive deck, you may not have many landfall triggers popping off. I'm a little confused with this card. Like, who's it for? You know? I could... One thing I will give it is that it is a card that cares about lands ETBing to kill your opponent, and it's cheap. So if you are on like for Canlander, if we're talking about like like a Golgari Depths deck that will play a bunch of cheap creature tutors to find their Vampire Hexmage or whatever, then finding something to go infinite with your like fast bond combo is pretty nice. That it happens to be cheap. Or just like offspringing and playing fetch lands and killing them. But for like aggressive black decks, I'm not super convinced. Offspring gives it a lot of longevity. It's probably fine. It doesn't have a very assuming body though. I don't know. My stance on this card is I don't play these decks and I don't think I need this card. Full Walt, welcome back for the 8th month. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for the support. Glad to have you and good to see you. Oh, finally. Did they preview the have they previewed all the special guests? Very careful with my wording here. Have they previewed all the special guest cards? Oh yeah, I can read. Holy fuck. So this isn't just me, right? This is a weird thing to reply. Like I say, it feels a bit weird to have both of these in the same set and the same rarity. And somebody replied, one's an instant and one's a sorcery. Like, no, and I replied, I can read the cards. This feels like a weird thing to say in the first place. Right? This is just a weird, it's not me. It's like, yeah, no shit, I can read the fucking cards. I don't know if I'm going to make it 8 years in content creation. They previewed 9 special guests. Okay, let me make sure.
Abusing magic.
Yeah. How dare you?
No.
I want to make sure I'm not going to break anything.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
All right. I'm keeping my mouth shut. Anyways, Liliana of the Dark Realms. 4 mana for a Planeswalker that has 3 starting loyalty and +1, search your library for a swamp. -3, target creature gets +X or -X until I determine where X is the number of swamps you control. And -6, you get an emblem with swamps you control, have tap, add 4. This card's kind of funny. It's an old card. It's a reprint, obviously. It has such low loyalty, but in like a mono black deck that has like a mono black control deck that has a lot of instant speed removal, the play pattern of like kill your thing, untap, play Liliana, guarantee to hit my next land drop, untap, land drop, Wrath of God, or untap, land drop, -3, kill your thing, play a big thing. Like, this is a card that has play patterns that mono black control or like a high-end mid-range deck can get behind, despite the fact that its numbers are very mid. And so there are times where this card is going to be great and does exactly what you want it to do. And then there are times where you're like, holy shit, can you believe how much loyalty like Oko has? Yeah, this is a card that I will play quite a bit. Not just because this artwork's very cute. But it's a lot better than it looks. That's all I'm going to say. The play patterns surrounding this deck, the play patterns surrounding this card are pretty good. Like they are ones that this style deck wants to seek out. A singular stick. Welcome back for the 7th month. I couldn't sub on Firefox. Weird. Guess I switched to Edge for a bit. Nothing like a little edging is a treat. Thank you for the 7 months. I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. Good to see you. To Fool, back for the 53rd month. Yeah, this is going to be a thing. So this is an unfortunate consequence of the bit from yesterday. Is that when I tweeted when I tweeted this out and I said feels weird to have both this in the same set and rarity. Of course, how much of a thing will this be? Which one of these is a thing? When I tweeted, pretty sure somebody said it on this. Yes, this will be a thing. Yes, this will be a thing. I mean, I knew that this may happen. I wonder how long it'll continue for. I'm okay with it. I'm absolutely okay with it. No, that's fine. I'm here by my... Yes, it is a prison of my own making. But I'm not stuck in here with me. I'm stuck in here with me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm talking about. And Mama Gart back for the 17th month. Shout out my lucky number 17. Hello from my lunch break. Love this brand new Planeswalker. I just swapped my Mono Black Gladiator deck to mid-range. But we might be going control for the next set. I'm curious about this for people with like that play a very specific archetype. I know some people have different versions. Like Wormy has like Gruul monsters, Gruul like Burning Tree Emissary kind of deck. Like I understand. I'm the same way with like eggs and whatnot. Oh my god, have you considered just having 2 versions of the deck that you keep on hand? Or are you talking about like having your, like, this is my one that is loaded up? Do I think I'll get them on Duskmourn? Oh, for sure. I am more likely to get people saying, this will be a thing on Duskmourn than I am getting a preview card. Unless they preview, like, unless they reprint, they're not going to reprint Tallow-Wisp. If they make a card like Tallow-Wisp, a big Tallow-Wisp, maybe. But not, otherwise, no. If I didn't get a preview card for the Rabbit set, I'm probably, or the Rat set, name another streamer with 3 rats on their screen. I dare you. I fucking double dog dare you. Tamtar back for the 63rd month. What up? 63 years of being nice to be here and showing appreciation for having me. Well, thank you for 63 month thing. I'm glad to being having and hello, yes. Thank you so much. That's a long fucking time. I did not get I didn't beg. I didn't beg for it. I literally just went on Twitter and said, hey, this kind of sucks. That's it. My issue is that I'm too multifaceted. I need to be more one-dimensional. That's my issue. Is that I don't have like I mean, I have a shtick, but I try to be very genuine when it comes to streaming. I should be like, hey, it's me, the egg guy. Welcome to the egg zone. Well, they gave Voxy 3 because, I mean, the weasels make sense. Pretty sure you just give Voxy every weasel they print, right? Also, Voxy is a much larger content creator. So that makes sense. But they did give Voxy a rabbit, and I will never forgive her for that. Maha! Yeah, they gave Voxy weasels. Hey Ben, just finished listening to the latest Achievement Wheel of Love Magic, and you had no reason to know this, so no shade. But Taniwa is pronounced Tanifa. Oh, it's from Maori folklore, and the wa is an F? Damn, Tanifa? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know it was from Maori folklore. That is extremely cool. Is there a pronunciation guide for this? Are you going to give me a verbal pronunciation? No. Why would you do this to me? I had no idea that it was a thing. That's very cool. Thank you for letting me know. Maha! Maha! It's Feather's Knight. 3 black for a 6/5 legendary elemental bird with flying and trample and ward, discard a card. Creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. This is kind of an interesting card. It doesn't do anything to stop your opponents from getting... Like, it doesn't... Affecting toughness. Still not... Maori is a vowel-based alphabet, so if you could produce... Like, Tanifa? Yeah, that's why I was trying to find an actual recording of somebody saying it. Tanifa. Are you going to pronounce it? Oh.
Tanifa.
Tanifa. This is from the Maori Dictionary.
Tanifa.
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 Tanifa. A water spirit. Dangerous water creature. Very cool. Kind of annoying, but how does it win? Yeah, that's kind of my issue with this card, is that it's just, I mean, it is a 5 mana, 6 power flyer with trample, meaning that chump blocking it is going to just run them over. This line of text is a little... Sometimes it just doesn't fucking do anything. The ward is kind of nice. I don't know. I'm not super sold on this. It is a big idiot. I was actually impressed with Aklizots. Aklizots was shockingly... Is that your name? Aklizots. I was pretty impressed with Aklizots when I last played it, but that thing had lifelink, so that could race pretty well. And it makes the opponent's discard card. Yeah, I guess if that's the case, if I'm building like a Black Axe mid-range deck, which, not to brag, kind of my jam, was kind of the progenitor of that. I'm gonna slam another one of these. We've come a long way, but it is a deck that I like to revisit occasionally. I've sent that kid off to college. I just don't know if I'd playing this over Aklizots. Maybe you play both. piggybacked on Death and Taxes. I do play I played a lot of D&T. Although, here's the thing, is that I've been playing Magic the Gathering, and especially stuff like Highlander, for longer than some of the people in this chat have been alive. And so, when you do that, when you play for that long, there are just so many things that, like, I have played and that I tend to, like, fixate on, right? So, like, only playing eggs, or only playing Death and Taxes, or only playing, like, blue-green tempo, or whatever. And then when you factor in... See, you take my 66% chance. And then if I've been playing that long, like, I don't know, it's like how do I want to word this? If I've been playing that long, and probably not anymore, but I used to have the highest amount of wins, like highest amount of Canlander tournament wins at YJ. Definitely not anymore, because I haven't played for the past 4 years or whatever, or I very rarely get to play. I don't know, that just racks up. Is there a specific format time you wish I could go back to? Yeah, Sensei's Divining Top Miracles in Legacy. Take me back. Take me back. After Treasure Cruise is being banned. Let's ban Cruise. Do I play much paper outside of content? I tried to. It's really hard to do so. When you spend your day, when your work day is you playing Magic the Gathering or talking about Magic the Gathering for like 4 to 8 hours. I mean, realistically, it's more from 4 to 10 hours. When I'm done, I don't always just want to play Magic the Gathering again. You know? Yeah. And then sometimes it's just like, it's really hard to do it. When you're like, great, I finally now have time, like a day off, right? Great, it's my day off. What do I want to do?
Eggs.
I guess I could play Magic the Gathering.
Eggs.
Quintoxic. Back for the 18th month. 2-hole unwanted babies. Jesus Christ. There's got to be a better way of saying that. Spell table commander with the chat? No, I don't do that anymore. One, it's too hard for the setup. I got to build a fucking deck. I don't leave my commander decks together. And also, people drop out. Also, people don't know how to act. It's easier to do it in person at events. But sometimes things get a little too parasocial, you know? Also, commander is bad. Yes. Yeah, people get very salty. Which is an awkward spot where it's like, uh-oh. Osteomancer Adept. 1 and a black for a 2/2 creature warlock squirrel. With Death Touch. And tap. Until end of turn, you may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging in addition to their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter on it. This card is very good. The floor is that it is a 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch, which is great. Just, it attacks well, it's awkward to block, it blocks well, great. Then it just lets you cast creatures out of your yard. Admittedly, by eating from your yard, or, I mean, if you have a food token, this is fucking great. But this card is just so annoying. Like, it just does something at every stage of the game. And because of that, I think it's pretty good. And I expect it to see both Gladiator and Canadian Highlander play. Also, I think this card might be pretty cool for cube. You know? Maybe it's a bit narrow. But I kind of like this as a cube card. Persistent Marshstalker. 1 and a black for a 3/1 Rat Berserker. Persistent Marshstalker gets +1/+0 for each other rat you control. Whenever you attack with 1 or more rats, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, threshold, you may pay 2 and a black. If you do, return the Marshstalker from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. This card's pretty good. You do need to have rats. However, as traditions on this stream have shown, rats are pretty good. And by that I mean they're not that bad. By that I mean there may be rats. I don't know. I don't think this card's particularly strong, but this card will kill people. This card's kind of busted in Commander, right? Is rats viable in Gladiator? Well, it's funny you mentioned that. Viable is a bit of a tough thing to discuss, you know? Yeah, there are some like genuinely playable rats. Time to do this thing again. Here are the number of rats that I would consider to be pretty playable in a deck that may want to play this card. Okiba Reckoner Raid. Pack Rat. Tangled Colony. Lord Skidder. I guess technically you could play that new bird. Did full Oracle Rat. And that was a bad idea. Look, all you need to know is that there are some rats that you could play to get this going. Rottenmouth Viper. Great name. 5 and a black for a 6/6 elemental snake. As an additional cost to cast a spell, you may sacrifice any number of non-land permanents. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent sacrificed this way. And whenever Rottenmouth Viper enters or attacks, you put a blight counter on it. Then, for each blight counter on it, each opponent loses 4 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. This card racks up very quickly. The uncounterable sacrifice is not nothing for like an aristocrat style deck. Sacrificing tokens is a little bit of a, an easy way of cheating this out as well. I'm for sure going to play this in Murder Aristocrats. I'd consider playing this in like a Black X mid-range deck. Because this ability is like, this racks up very quickly. And if you're paying 4 mana for this, it's absurd. Like if you end up paying 4 mana, it's kind of wild. Because at ETBs, you get a blight. And then it attacks and you get 2 blight. And that's fucked. That starts pumping those numbers. Pretty cool card. Ruthless Negotiation. 1 black for a sorcery. Target opponent exiles a card from their hand. And if the spell was cast from a graveyard, you draw a card. It has flashback for 5 mana. It's kind of funny that exile is a weird... It's a bit weird on cards that are effectively discard spells, but not discard spells. Because There are cards that care about your opponent discarding cards, like Waste Not or whatever. And so if they exile them instead, it can be a bit tricky because you're not playing into those synergies. Not to mention, you're not going to get to actually pick what card you're hitting. And then once you get to 5 mana, well, it does draw a card and replace itself. Is this really what you're looking to do? It kind of forces the issue, which is nice. But I don't know. I feel like this card is just not good enough to see play. Great art, though. Incredibly gorgeous art. This says big. I don't know how to describe it other than the background has big Double King vibes to it. You know? Season of Loss. Is this Loss? 3 black, black. Yeah, Double King. You don't know Double King? Do yourself a favor and watch Double King. It's great. Here's Double King. Can we take 10 minutes and just watch it? I don't want to get hit by I don't want to get hit by a copyright strike. Three black, black. You can choose 5 paw prints, etc. Choose the same mode more than once. Each player sacks a creature. Draw a card for each player, or sorry, draw a card for each creature you controlled that died this turn. And each opponent loses X life or X's number of creature cards in your graveyard. I mean, this is kind of 5 mana Wrath of God. I could see this card getting played in Gladiator. Like, there are definitely spots where they have more creatures than you. And like if they have 6 creatures or whatever, then yeah, this is going to feel pretty bad. But how often do you run into people with 6 creatures? And I think the flexibility of the other 2 modes, which don't pop up that often, but I bet you'll do it occasionally, where you're like, I just need to get rid of 3 creatures. And then, like, if you get to draw a card off this, that's pretty absurd, right? A Wrath that draws you a card is pretty messed up. And, like, how often do you realistically Wrath the board when they have, like, 2 to 3 creatures? I could see that. I totally whiffed on this card doing exactly this. But yeah. I could see this card showing up in Gladiator for sure. We still need Damnation. We have Toxic Deluge, but we need Damnation. This can actually draw 9 cards in the right commander. No, this it's draw a card for each creature you controlled that died this turn. But it doesn't say non-token. Also, pretty funny if you just like each player sacks a creature and then draw a card, and you sack one of your creatures, and then you just draw 2 cards. And so it's 5 mana, Innocent Blood, draw 2 cards. That's not that bad. Yeah, this card, I think this card is better than it looks. Oh. We can talk about this card real quick. Stargaze. X black black sorcery. Look at the twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. I think this card is pretty good. It is a sorcery, which is a bit of a pisser. But it is black. What was the one that we just got? Was it Outrageous Robbery? Yeah, Outrageous Robbery. Outrageous Robbery is an instant, but you hit your opponent's cards if we're talking about like big X mana black cards. Damnable Pact is worse than this card. This also gets around, well, in a way, it gets around Shieldred and Bowmasters. But also, the decks that would play this kind of card are typically playing Shieldred themselves and might want this for the, you know, the big life gain that can also offset this lose X. But like 4 mana Look at 4 cards, put 2. Wait, no, that's just is that Bitter Revelation? Oh, those cheeky devils. Yeah, that's Bitter Revelation. So it scales. I don't know, does knowing about this card make it worse? Yes. Isn't that wild? That's pretty funny. I fucking love how people react to cards. Like, the black one with bargain, right? It's just like, you look at this card and you're like, okay, this is pretty, I could see this card being good. Even if I just use like a little bit of mana into it. And then when you see that, it's like, okay, are you casting Bitter Revelation? How good do you feel about casting Bitter Revelation? I mean, this card is not always Bitter Revelation. And I think in order to get something off this card, you need to at least pump 3 mana into it. But that's 5 mana, sorcery speed, big draw. I mean, if you're only going to play one of these kind of cards, then sure, this can be that version of the card, right? Looking at 6 cards, drawing 3. I think I'd just rather play another Planeswalker than this, but this is not embarrassing to play, is what I will say. Sinister Monolith, 3 in a black for an artifact. Beginning of combat on your turn, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Tap, pay 2 life, sack it, draw 2 cards. Activate only as a sorcery. This is going right into my original, the Ben Wheeler original idea of Erebos, God of the Dead / Bob Nicholas, Death by Death of 1,000 Cuts, Commander deck. What do you mean, how dare you? Copper Tablet deck. Hey, I gave you so much credit that the Spike Feeders literally linked the wrong deck list in the video. I wonder if that's still there. Copper Tablet Spike Feeders. Holy shit. This has 200,000 views. Oh, right. Jim did say I am now their most popular short. Cast Copper Tablet. Copper Tablet deals 1 damage to each player. Look at my fucking hair. That is a pass. Upkeep.
I will start my upkeep, sir.
I'd like to pay you for 1. For context, I wasn't supposed to be in this one. I'm pretty sure I wasn't supposed to be in this one. And so I was out on the porch, lying in the sun after we had lunch and beers. And so I was chilling. Or rather, the Copper Tablet.
I'll make you
Please take 1.
later.
There we go. Untap. Copper Tablet damage. Untap. Copper Tablet.
Heck yeah.
Copper Tablet. Yeah.
I am in my upkeep.
Copper Tablet.
Making
Copper
enemies.
Tablet.
Upkeep.
Copper Tablet.
Awkward.
Ooh, before we get there, I have a Copper Tablet. Copper Tablet. Copper Tablet trigger. Copper Tablet. Sorry, you have a Copper Tablet, actually.
Oh,
This isn't fun for you?
Oh,
Copper Tablet. Copper Tablet. Crab Tablet. Crab
Two dead
I am dead to the copper tablet.
In my upkeep, I take Copper Tablet. Don't say it.
Don't say it, please.
Say it. Say what part of the turn it is, Aaron. This might...
It's the copper tablet turn.
Copper Tablet.
Oh my god.
This may actually be my favorite Commander game I've ever recorded. It was so much fucking fun. Immediately after we were done, I remember like going like, hey, that wasn't too much for you, was it? And everybody was on board. It was great. Anyways, Copper Tablet. I did sign a couple of Copper Tablets in Amsterdam. And in fact, received a beta signed Copper Tablet as a gift. It's a very lovely gift. Stolen Glory. I gave credit. I gave so much credit. Arguably too much. This card's actually kind of annoying. Thought Stalker Warlock. Who signed it? Well, it's signed by the artist. Thought Stalker Warlock. 2 and a black for a 2/2 with Menace. When it enters the battlefield, you choose target opponent. If they lost life this turn, they reveal their hand, and you pick an online card and discard a card. Otherwise, they discard a card. Yeah, this card's kind of fucked. Like, this card is genuinely kind of brutal. I imagine players are going to undervalue this card quite a bit. But if you are playing black X mid-range cards and have a reliable way of hitting your opponent... Oh god, I have so many empty lozenge wrappers. This card is great. It's genuinely great. A 2/2 Menace is not nothing. And being able to thought seize your opponent, holy shit. I hope you're not on the draw. Also, this card's kind of brutal and limited, right? Yeah, this card's really good. This card's messed up. They discard no matter what. But then if you hit them, you get to rip their best card from their hand. Yeah, this card's fucked. It's very good. Very, very good. Valley Rotcaller. 1 and a black for a 1/3 Squirrel Warlock with Menace. Whenever Valley Rotcaller attacks, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of other squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats you control. Much like the other ones, this is a bit of a hard sell for me. Squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats. A bit of a hard sell for me. I just don't think these cards are going to be particularly good in our format. This one, at least, no, it's other squirrels. It doesn't even trigger off of itself. So the floor is a 2-mana 1/3. Squirrels are not viable in Canlander. Been waiting to do an every Ravenous Rats deck in Gladiator for a while. Oh, I tried that, Mama Guard. It was not very good. It was not very good. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this is... the other really does kind of make this card a bit of a pisser. Wick, the Horrled Mind. 3 and a black for a 2/4 legendary Rat Warlock. Whenever Wick or another rat you control ETBs, you make a 1/1 black snail token if you don't control a snail. Otherwise, you put a 1/1 counter on a snail you control. Blue, black, and a red. Sacrifice a snail. Wick deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to each opponent. Then you draw cards equal to the sacrificed creature's power. You wish this was a mass snail, so they had to be snail armies? Snarmies for short? Works with any snail. Guess how many snails there are in the game? Go ahead. Take a guess. How many snails are there in Magic the Gathering? I believe I know the answer. There's one. And it just came out. It's what is it? Skullcap snail? Toxrill is a slug. Changelings, yeah, changelings don't count. We never count changelings. Don't you ever count changelings. Don't you ever in your life count changelings. Please. I'm begging you.
This card's kind of cool. It's not very good. Cool commander. I like the idea of building this as a commander, just built around making your snail very large. That's it. Okay. We're done black. I have like another hour that I can do. Let's do something that we don't usually do here. I'm going to do something I don't usually do, which is I would like to talk about the cards that were previewed today. Let me just confirm that they have been added. They have been added. I would like to talk about the cards that have been added today that we didn't talk about for white, blue, and black. Oh, I could talk about the other, some of the commander cards. I imagine some of these have been updated. Nope. Not in Esper. Special guest. We can talk about that later. All right. I'm going to have to pull them up. To avoid spoilers, I'm going to do this in a way that might seem a little sneaky. But you got to believe me. What do we have for white? Well, we have this card. Builder's Talent. 1 and a white for an enchantment class. When Builder's Talent enters, you create a 0/4 white wall creature token with Defender. And then level 2 for a single white. Whenever one or more non-creature, non-land permanents you control enters, you put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. And then for 5 and a white, when this class becomes level 3, you return target non-creature, non-land permanent card from your graveyard to play. This is a bit of a weird one. I could see it showing up in Enchantress. And here's why. Well, for starters, it's a cheap enchantment in white that creates a blocker. And one of the Enchantress's biggest issues is actually just surviving. That can be pretty tough to do. Level 2 is very cheap to hit, which is nice. Enchantress isn't exactly lacking in mana production, which makes the level 3 a bit easier to get as well. But just like having an extra mana to put this to level 2 and then carrying on is pretty neat. And this level 2 is great because Enchantress is one of those decks where there's also a struggle to find how are we killing our opponent. How do we kill the opponent without diluting our deck with cards that don't really fit the theme? And there are some pretty expensive ways of doing that, but this is one way where you could just be popping off and just loading up counters on your Enchantress. And that's how you kill them. And then level 3, just getting back any enchantment or like a cheap planeswalker from your graveyard to play. Pretty good. It's pretty good. Cool card. I imagine that it won't see much play outside of something like Enchantress, or maybe give it a shot in like Bant game objects. Because this level 2 is pretty good when you're like novice, when your novice inspector is a 2/3. It's kind of exciting. Yeah, pretty exciting. Did I miss any other white cards? I don't believe I did. I do not believe I have missed any white cards. Maybe some of the guests. We already have Swords to Plowshares. We already have Luminous Broodmoth. Okay. Blue cards. Oh, it is going to take a lot of strength to not be a dickhead about this card.
Yeah. How dare you? No.
It's going to take a lot of strength. Don't be a bully, Ben. Don't be a bully. Xavian, welcome back for the 10th month. How are you doing? How you been? I mean, you've been in chat, but I hope you're doing well. Glad to have you. May I say good to see you. Thank you so much for all the support. Eluge. Eluge. Alugi. Alugi. Elugi. Elugi. One blue, blue, blue for a star legendary creature elemental fish. Elugi's power and toughness are each equal to the number of islands you control. Whenever Elugi enters or attacks, you put a flood counter on target land. It's an island in addition to its other types, as long as it has a flood counter on it. The first instant or sorcery spell you cast each turn costs blue or one generic less to cast for each land you control with a flood counter on it. You think this card is sick? Thomas, this card doesn't do anything. This is like a 4-mana 4/4 that doesn't really have an ETB. Yeah, this card's pretty bad. But I do, you know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to show some, I'm pulling my hair out of this kind of shit. Oh, no, I didn't fuck it up. Oh, I kind of fucked up. All right, I'm going to be petty. Well, all things considered, you kind of want to put this in a mono blue deck. Now, oh no, I hit it. Fuck. I was going to say, what does this mean? What does this mean? I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind. Like what? All things considered, I feel like you're putting this in a mono black deck. I don't fucking get it. I really don't get it. I feel like I'm losing my mind. This is 500 likes. 500 likes about suggesting that you put this mono blue islands matters, power and toughness equal to islands, make your thing an island in the mono blue deck. I do not get it. I don't understand anything anymore. What if you play this in 4-color? I don't fucking get it. It's not adding anything. I'm not, no, you can find it yourselves. I'm not trying to dogpile. I don't want to actually mention people by name because I don't want to be rude. I mean, I'll be a little rude as a treat, but I don't fucking get it. It is mind-boggling to me. Mind-boggling. Portent of Calamity. X and a blue for a sorcery. Reveal the top X cards of your library. For each card type, you may exile a card of that type from among them. Put the rest into your graveyard. You may cast a spell from among the exiled types without paying its mana cost if you exiled 4 more cards this way. Then put the rest of the cards exiled into your hand. It's not anti-humor, trust me. Trust me. This card is a lot. It's a lot to read. It's expensive. It's such a weird card. You need to like, you basically need to always do this where X is equal, or sorry, no, you can't even X as 4 because you need to hit Delirium off of this. So like, what deck can reliably hit Delirium off this wants to spend all this mana into playing this, and it's just like happy with that? I can't think of anything. This seems like a really bad commander card. Yeah. So you reveal, I pay 5 mana. So let's say I pay 4 and a blue. And I reveal the top 4 cards of my deck. For each card type, I can exile 1 among them. The rest go to the bin. And I can cast a spell from among the exiled ones without paying its mana cost if I exiled 4 or more cards this way. So I need to hit 4 card type. I basically need to hit 4 cards. So 4 different card types off of this. And then I cast one of them, the rest go to my hand. All at sorcery speed. Very awkward. Incredibly awkward Magic card. Incredibly awkward Magic card. Although I do think that if this does have a home, it's going... Wait, no, I need it in front of me if I'm going to shitpost. Oh, there's so much fucking bullshit to go through. All things considered, you kind of want to put this in a mono blue deck. I'm losing my mind. I think I'm becoming... I don't want to be this person. Necessarily. Nope. Yoink. I need to look at this some more. I need to think about this. I don't understand. Am I doing something wrong? Am I content creating wrong? Dude. Having an existential crisis in the Twitter DM. All right, there's some more blue cards, I believe. Talked about all these. Oh yeah. Love this crab. Everybody get ready. We got a big crab coming in. Eddie Merc Crab. 5 blue for a 5/5 elemental crab with flash. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard. Eddie Merc Crab enters tapped if it's not your turn. And when Eddie Merc Crab enters, you tap up to 2 target creatures. Eddie Murphy over here, I think is pretty fucking good. The whole cost less to cast for each instant or sorcery in your yard is always a tough one to evaluate. Because when you play a match of Magic, you're like, yeah, I always have a shitload of spells in my graveyard. I'm playing Opt, I'm playing, Lightning Bolts and Thoughtseizes. And like, I always treasure cruise for 0 or for 1 mana. So like, this has got to be easy. And then you start to realize all the creatures that got killed, all the fetch lands you've used, and that really adds up quite quickly to hit a high instance and sorcery count. And it only counts your graveyard. It doesn't count your exile, right? But But casting this card for 4 mana is still pretty good. Like 4 mana, instant speed, tap your 2 attackers, and then I get to untap with a 5/5 is pretty sick. I imagine this card will see Gladiator and Canlander play. Like, I'm pretty high on this card. You can't like gotcha by like tapping their 2 things, then you can block their other one with this crab if you're casting it on your turn. But that's okay. Obviously, tapping down their 2 cards, that's already pushing damage. You can cast this on your turn, tap their 2 blockers, smash for a bunch of damage, and then just have this crab as a blocker. That part's pretty nice. I think this card's pretty good. I think this card's pretty good, mostly because like paying 4 mana for this card is totally reasonable. Paying 2 or 3 mana is ideal, but like, yeah, you're getting a flash 5/5 that bricks their combat. That's pretty strong. Talked about all those. We've talked about all. Oh, hell yeah. Bellowing Crier. Consider all things. Play this in a mono blue deck. Yeah, that's true. Bellowing Crier. For 1 and a blue, you get a 2/1 Frog Advisor. Though when it ETBs, you draw a card and then discard a card. World Gorger Dragon. Let's fucking go. Another looter for World Gorger. Love to see it. Love to see it. We are also... World Gorger combo can also now play Soul Exchange if you want. I don't know if people know what Soul Exchange is. This card rules. Black, additional cost, exile a creature you control, reanimate a creature, and you get a 2/2 counter on it if the exiled creature was a throw. But it's basically just a 2-mana reanimation spell that has an additional cost to get rid of a creature you control. A little difficult to get going in reanimator decks without looters or without the like cheap creatures. Yeah, the Surveil lands are huge for World Gorger. Yeah. World Gorger, underrated version of Reanimator. And now you have this. 2 power on one of these is really nice too, because it just comes into play, can set up a reanimation spell, and can like reasonably trade with things or pressure planeswalkers. Nice little upgrade. Is that it for blue? I think that might be it for blue. Oh, there's probably special guest cards in blue. Hold on. We already talked about Jace. There's a special guest ledger shredder that has very cute art. There's Narset, but we already have Narset. Right. On to black. Is there any new? Yes, there's this card. I like this magic card. Scavenger's Talent. 1 black for an enchantment class. It says whenever 1 or more creatures you control die, create a food token. This ability triggers only once per turn. But notably, triggers on your opponent's turns as well. 1 and a black for level 2. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. Bit of a nothing ability here. But the food decks tend to play like reanimate and graveyard cards as well. So it's not nothing. It can set you up for, you know, combos. Level 3 for 2 and a black. At the beginning of your end step, at the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice 3 non-land oh my god, excuse me. Do I have the hiccups now? Please tell me I don't have the hiccups. Pause for hiccups. Okay, I think we're good. 2 and a black. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents. if you do, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with finality counter on it. So the first level for this card is just great. It's just 1 mana enchantment that generates quite a few food tokens because it doesn't say non-token creatures. And Food Fight typically has a lot of token generation. And so you're just going to get free food over and over again. Obviously with something like Chatterfang too, right? You get a food, which means that you're going to get a token. You can block with that token to get a food, which means you get a token, etc. But just playing Magic the Gathering, your creature's going to die, which is going to make more food. And you might have those tokens chump blocking on your opponent's turn to get more food. It's just a very cheap card that does something that you are immediately going to want to take advantage of with the rest of your deck, and also just scales well late game. Yeah, card's great. I'm a little curious about how that card's going to play outside of food. Like, I don't know. Sack 3 other non-land permanents, return a creature card. That might be a little tough. What is this card? Yep. Okay. Coiling Rebirth. 3 black for a sorcery. Gift a card. Return target creature card from your graveyard to play. Then if a gift was promised and that creature is not legendary, create a 1/1 token. What is this? What is this? Not legendary? No. I can't even get 2 Atraxes? Unbelievable. I can't even get double... I mean, 2 Atraxes is really all you want. You don't want double Elish Norton. I can get 2 Sarah's Emissaries. Ooh. I mean, there's a chance that this card is just going to see play because it's a 5 mana reanimation spell, which, like, the reanimator decks still need to play some number of the 5 mana reanimation spell. 5 mana reanimates. And the additional copy will show up from time to time. This is mostly just Zombify that, like, if you have the right target, then sure, you can get 2 Agent of Treacheries. You can have 1 card, that's fine. Or Hoarding Broodlords, yeah, sure, why not? Double Grizzy? Oh, you know what I'm going... I could go for a double Glizzy. You want hot dogs and sausages tonight? Alright, great. Thank you... Neridus? Thank you. I will have hot dog. The Glizzy Overdrive. It's my favorite Stephen King novel. My favorite Stephen King novel. Novel? Motherfucker said novel. Oh, this card's kind of neat. Starscape Cleric. 1 and a black for a 2/1 bat cleric with flying. This creature can't block. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. An offspring for 2 and a black. I think that this card, like the floor of this card without the life gain text, is probably not good enough again. It's probably not good enough right now. I read bat again and I got distracted. I don't think the like Vampire Interloper deck is we're not boggy boysing. Yes, I've read Pawn Prophet. But we're not talking about gold cards, Thomas. We're not talking, we're saving gold cards for tomorrow's stream. Yeah, I don't think we're casting Vampire Interlopers anymore. But if you are a deck with life gain, like if you want to be like the black-white Ajani's Pridemate deck, which is getting more cards, this is a pretty cool card to have. This can kill people pretty quickly. And the Offspring is nice if you draw it late too. Typically because those decks play, like it's worth noting that those decks play like Soul Wardens, right? And so you cast this. Oh, it's a triggered ability. Fuck. No, wait, hold on. This still works the way I want it to, right? Cast this with the offspring. This CTB, Soul Warden triggers, offspring triggers. You just layer the triggers so that you get the offspring coming into play first. So offspring hits, Soul Warden triggers again. They take 2, they take 2. So they take 4. That's kind of nice. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That'll work just fine. This card's not good, but it's very funny. Downwind Ambusher. And it's a skunk. It's very cute. Just really like Downwind Ambusher. Does he only skunk? I think so. Let's find out. Yep. The only skunk. I believe that's it for black. Oh no, the special guests. There's one very important special guest in mono black. Well, there's 2 actually. Hold on. I mean, maybe there's 3. The first one is Relentless Rats. Relentless Rats is being brought to Arena. So now you have the option of playing Relentless Rats or Rat Colony. You've got options. I'm actually kind of surprised that Thrumming Stone isn't like a special guest card here. Just having like a weird rock that all these animals worship feels very on theme. What, you want to play both? 4 mythic wild cards? Doable. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to be using a mythic wild card in some of them. Hey, but you know, wait, no. Are they mythic wild cards? This one's a mythic wild card. But the other ones are rares. Some of them are mythics, but Baleful Strix only needs a rare. Well, all are mythics. Baleful, it has rare on it. Look, rare. It's got a rare symbol right there. Oh, it's not a guest. There's too much different shit. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same crap. Are you? Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to use a mythic wild card for Frogmite. I'm going to have to use a mythic wild card for Frogmite. You know who's not a mythic? Boom. Inkai's. Wait, Frogmite's not on Arena, right? Is Frogmite on Arena? Frogmite's not on Arena. Yeah, Frogmite's not on Arena. Imagine Critters only shows up in collector boosters. I don't know anything. I don't open boosters. I'm not one of the unwashed masses. I mean, I quite literally open boosters. Oh, I heard the Arena Cube does not have double vision. Why do you think I'm not doing Arena Cube? I'll never do Arena Cube until they add double vision back to it. Yeah, they're bringing back Ink Eyes. I love Ink Eyes. That's it. I'm going to play the shit out of Ink Eyes, by the way. This card is wild. If you haven't played with Ink Eyes, this card is a lot better than it looks. Like, if you're playing like a Black X mid-range deck, I'd consider playing Ink Eyes. Arena Cube is the worst cube. Once again, Wormy with the correct take. Damn. Yeah, it's nice to have Frogmite art that isn't by a turf. Now I have to get a German foil Frogmite. Who's the artist of this Frogmite? Also, if you haven't seen this Frogmite art, Mike Sass? Oh. Please kill me. Please kill me. I'm begging you. Oh. All right. I'm going to call it there. We did white, blue, and black today, which means that tomorrow's stream, I'm going to do red, green, gold, and artifacts and all that stuff. All that stuff. Going to call it there. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I got to go get ready for a massage appointment. I don't know. We got a YouTube channel you can go and subscribe to. It's where VODs get uploaded. And a new episode of Achievement Wheel Love Magic came out on Monday. And what do we got? What do we got? There's also this, the PPR. Do I pre-oil up? No, they put on the oil for me. There's a PPR on Sunday. Go to that. Let me drop you off somewhere. What are they doing for the subathon? Wait. Is the subathon even on? Of course the subathon's on. I don't know. Jamie's streaming. Go watch Jamie. Jamie's playing Cube. Go watch Jamie play Cube. Go watch Jamie play Cube. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay, bye.